energetic, wonderful dance opening performance. Ladies and gentlemen, this performance was brought to you by our Gen Z actuaries from Prudential, Vietnam. And we can feel the youthful, the fresh and passionate that you bring to our event today. Once again, thank you all so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers and actuarial experts from numerous domestic and international insurance companies, welcome to Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2023. My name is Tin Vu.
And I am Thu Kian. We are very honored and proud to accompany actuarial experts and insurance professionals from domestic and international insurance companies gather here at the Vietnam Actuarial Conference today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam Actuarial Conference is the much awaited annual gathering of actuaries and insurance professionals operating in the Vietnamese market. The conference is a lively forum to exchange our knowledge and discuss insurance industry challenges and trends.
The VAC represents the actuarial profession's dedication to lifelong learning, professional development, and public service, where every actuary in Vietnam aspires to be a part of. Not just the knowledge and connection they can gain, but also for the positive impact they can make on the industry and the country as a whole.
The actuarial society in Vietnam is growing rapidly, creating new opportunities and challenges for the profession. And actuaries are no longer limited to the conventional role of solving mathematical problems. They are also involved in shaping the future. The emergence of young actuaries is making the profession more vibrant and exciting than ever before. The energetic opening dance performance that we just witnessed was performed by young actuaries of Prudential, Vietnam. The performance conveys the message that a young generation giving their all, playing to the fullest, breaking stereotypes with boundless energy, and will explore to open the next era for the insurance industry.
Prudential Vietnam has been a part of the Vietnamese insurance market since 1999. Over the past 20 years of operation, Prudential has consistently and unwaveringly promoted and supported a culture of dedication with the aim of generating positive and meaningful values for the society. Prudential Vietnam is very honored to be the host of the Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2023, accompanying our attendees to unveil the theme, The Next Insurance Era. Insurance business are constantly developing and improving to a better version. Customers are always centricity of our business mission, and along with that, partnership will be built on mission alignment and trust to bring customer the best experience when participating in insurance.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to welcome our distinguished guests to our very special event today. First of all, on side of Department of the Insurance Supervisory Authority, we are pleased to welcome the President of. Please join me to give a big round of applause to welcome Ms. Lý Thị Thu Thủy, Head of Life Insurance.
On side of Insurance Association Vietnam, we are pleased to welcome the presence of Mr. Ngô Trung Dũng, Deputy Secretary General of Insurance Association Vietnam. IAV is also the silver sponsor for this year's event.
On side of the organizer, Prudential Vietnam, we would like to introduce Mr. Phương Tín Minh, Chief Executive Officer of Prudential Vietnam.
And please welcome Mr. Masatoshi Edo, appointed actuary of Prudential Vietnam.
Please welcome Mr. Trần Thanh Phong, Chief Marketing Officer of Prudential Vietnam.
And we would like to welcome Ms. Đào Hồng Hạnh, Chief Risk Officer of Prudential Vietnam.
And on side of these sponsors, we would like to introduce Miss Elena Quake, representative of RGA Diamond sponsor.
Please join us to welcome Miss Ingburn, representative of Squidry, the gold sponsor of this year's event.
Please welcome Dr. Dirk Nieder, representative of Genry, gold sponsor.
Please welcome Mr. Vasan Irakir, representative of Pacific Life Re, the gold sponsor.
We would like to introduce the presence of Mr. Tiu Tu, representative of Scory, silver sponsor.
Please welcome Mr. Son Seng Kyo, representative of SOA, the silver sponsor.
And please welcome Mr. Lê Nhật Minh, representative of Munich Re, silver sponsor.
And once again, we warmly welcome all actuarials and insurance professionals in Vietnamese and international insurance industry who are present in the Sheraton Conference Hall today.
Once again, please give a big round of applause to welcome all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's our greatest honor to invite to the stage Ms. Lý Thị Thu Thủy, representative of Insurance Supervisory Authority, ISA. Please come up to the main stage and share a few words with all of us. Please welcome.
Kính thưa các quý vị đại biểu, các vị khách quý là đại diện của các công ty tái bảo hiểm và toàn thể các cán bộ công nhân viên của trong ngành định phí bảo hiểm của các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm nhân thọ Việt Nam. Hôm nay thì tôi rất là vui mừng được đại diện Cục Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm tham dự cái hội nghị thường niên của chuyên gia định phí ngành bảo hiểm. Hội nghị này thì cũng được các lãnh đạo Cục của Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm thực sự rất là quan tâm. Đúng ra là ngày hôm nay thì đồng chí Cục trưởng Ngô Việt Trung cũng sẽ tham dự và chỉ đạo hội nghị của chúng ta. Tuy nhiên là có một cuộc họp đột xuất vì bây giờ là đang trong cái quá trình mà họp Quốc hội, cho nên là đồng chí Trung cũng không thể tham dự được. Thì thay mặt Cục Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm thì đồng chí Trung cũng muốn là gửi lời chúc sức khỏe và chúc mừng đến tất cả các thành viên của hội nghị của chúng ta ngày hôm nay. Là một người mà đã từng được tham dự hội nghị từ những cái ngày đầu tiên cách đây hơn 15 năm. Lúc đấy thì hội nghị của chúng ta thường là cũng được tổ chức thường niên với khoảng 30 đến 40 thành viên, với mục tiêu ban đầu chính là lan tỏa cái nghề nghiệp và định phí bảo hiểm đối với cả đối với thị trường bảo hiểm Việt Nam. Để đến ngày hôm nay khi mà được chứng kiến một hội nghị rất là càng ngày càng chuyên nghiệp và càng đông, đặc biệt là rất nhiều cái gương mặt trẻ ở đây, thì tôi cũng cảm thấy rất là tự hào và cũng rất tin tưởng vào cái sự phát triển của cái ngành định phí bảo hiểm của Việt Nam chúng ta. Thì thay mặt Cục Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm thì chúng tôi cũng xin rất là ghi nhận cái nỗ lực của các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm, đặc biệt là năm nay là nhà tài trợ là Prudential cùng với sự đồng hành tài trợ của các công ty tái bảo hiểm đã duy trì và tổ chức thường niên cái hội nghị này hàng năm. Đây thực sự là một cái cơ hội tốt để cho tất cả các bạn hoạt động trong ngành định phí bảo hiểm có thể được cập nhật những cái kiến thức cũng như những nội dung mới từ các chuyên gia nước ngoài, và đồng thời thì có lẽ đây cũng là một cái cơ hội để giao lưu, học hỏi lẫn nhau cũng như là lan tỏa cái tình yêu đối với nghề nghiệp ngành định phí bảo hiểm. Thì kính thưa các quý vị, thì các quý vị cũng đã biết là trong năm 2023, đây là một năm có rất là nhiều khó khăn, thách thức cũng như là những cái sự thay đổi không nhỏ đối với thị trường bảo hiểm, đặc biệt là thị trường bảo hiểm nhân thọ. Xuất phát từ những cái cuộc khủng hoảng truyền thông dẫn đến cái sự khủng hoảng của niềm tin của người tiêu dùng đối với những cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm nhân thọ đã gây ra rất là nhiều khó khăn đối với các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm. Cái sự khó khăn này nó đã không chỉ dừng ở một hay hai doanh nghiệp, mà thực sự là nó đã ảnh hưởng đến toàn ngành. Nếu chỉ nhìn những con số thì chúng ta thấy rằng là trong 10 tháng đầu năm, tổng doanh thu phí của ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ chỉ đạt có 127.000 tỷ, đã giảm đến 10,93% so với cùng kỳ năm 2022. Đây thực sự là một năm đầu tiên trong 20 năm trưởng thành và phát triển của ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ mà chúng ta đã ghi nhận một cái con số phát triển âm. Thực sự trong bối cảnh này thì đây là một năm thực sự là khó khăn với tất cả các bạn. Nhưng ngày hôm nay chúng ta vẫn có thể tụ tập ở đây và cũng là để cùng nhau nhìn nhận lại và bước sang một cái kỷ nguyên mới, một cái giai đoạn mới. Thì chúng tôi cũng cảm thấy rất là ủng hộ và rất là đánh giá cao nỗ lực của Prudential với một cái mở đầu rất là sôi động, cũng là để cho chúng ta những cái kỳ vọng, những cái trông chờ hướng vào một cái tương lai sẽ là tốt đẹp hơn. Thì kính thưa các quý vị, không những là đối với thị trường mà trong năm 2023 thì về khung khổ pháp lý thì thị trường bảo hiểm cũng là một năm mà có rất nhiều thay đổi. Có thể nói là cái khung khổ pháp lý về hoạt động kinh doanh bảo hiểm cũng được thay đổi khá là toàn diện sau khi Quốc hội đã ban hành cái luật kinh doanh bảo hiểm vào năm 2022 và bắt đầu có hiệu lực từ ngày 1 tháng 1 năm 2023, thì Chính phủ cũng đã ban hành Nghị định số 46 và gần đây nhất là Bộ Tài chính cũng đã ban hành Thông tư số 67 để hướng dẫn cái luật kinh doanh bảo hiểm và Nghị định 46. Và Cục Bảo hiểm cũng dự kiến là sẽ tổ chức cái buổi tập huấn về những cái văn bản quy phạm pháp luật mới này vào tuần sau. Thì thực sự là đối với lĩnh vực bảo hiểm nhân thọ của chúng ta thì những cái văn bản quy phạm pháp luật mới này sẽ có rất nhiều thay đổi. Nó cũng sẽ có rất nhiều là impact đến từ cái hoạt động nghiệp vụ cũng như là cái hoạt động xây dựng sản phẩm, tính phí sản phẩm, đặc biệt là đối với nhóm sản phẩm bảo hiểm liên kết đầu tư. Cũng sẽ có rất nhiều thay đổi trong cái cách chúng ta chi phí, cơ cấu chi phí trả cho các cái kênh phân phối như thế nào. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là trong thời gian tới thì cũng sẽ có rất nhiều việc dành cho các bạn ở đây cần phải tức là các bạn cần phải có những cái đổi mới sáng tạo, cần có những cái thay đổi để giúp cho thị trường bảo hiểm của chúng ta có thể bước sang một trang mới. Kính thưa các quý vị, thật ra trong năm vừa qua chúng tôi cũng đã ghi nhận cái sự nỗ lực cố gắng của các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm để chúng ta có thể bước ra khỏi cuộc khủng hoảng, ghi nhận những cái sự thay đổi trong cái quy trình nghiệp vụ của từng doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm. Nhưng mà thực sự để thị trường bảo hiểm có thể sẽ hồi phục trở lại và có thể phát triển đúng như cái chủ đề của chúng ta mong đợi, đấy là bước sang một kỷ nguyên mới, thì sẽ cần những cái nỗ lực lớn hơn nữa từ chính các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm và đặc biệt là từ các bạn ngồi ở đây. Bởi vì là sao? Bởi vì chúng ta cũng sẽ phải thay đổi cái cách chúng ta xây dựng và phát triển sản phẩm. Làm thế nào để những cái sản phẩm của chúng ta sẽ mang lại nhiều giá trị hơn, đến gần hơn với người tiêu dùng, để chính bản thân cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm của chúng ta sẽ có sức hút. Chúng ta sẽ không phải chỉ mong chờ doanh số kinh doanh dựa vào kênh phân phối, mà chúng ta sẽ có thể rằng là tự bản thân sản phẩm nó là mang lại lợi ích cho người tiêu dùng, để bản thân mỗi người tiêu dùng người ta có nhu cầu, người ta mong muốn tìm đến sản phẩm bảo hiểm nhân thọ. Có như vậy thì cái tỷ lệ thâm nhập vào đối với các cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm ở nước ta mới có thể tăng lên và có thể cao như những nước khác trên thế giới. Bây giờ các bạn còn nắm thêm một cái vai trò rất là quan trọng khi xây dựng sản phẩm bảo hiểm, làm thế nào để chúng ta còn giúp khôi phục lòng tin của người dân với cái ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ. Chính vì vậy mà tôi nghĩ rằng là tôi cũng rất đánh giá cao những cái chủ đề của ngày hôm nay. Nó sẽ không chỉ dừng lại ở những cái vấn đề kỹ thuật, mà thực ra là chúng ta nói cả những cái vấn đề để đấy là thực ra nó là đầu bài, là xuất phát để cho các bạn làm những cái nội dung kỹ thuật. Làm thế nào để phát triển sản phẩm mới, làm thế nào để phát triển kênh banca theo hướng là hợp tác, mang lại hiệu quả, mang lại quyền lợi không chỉ cho doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm ngân hàng mà còn cả cho bên mua bảo hiểm, mang lại cả những lợi ích cho xã hội. Thế thì có lẽ là cái ngày hôm nay thì cũng như chúng ta đã nói, nó không phải là chỉ là một hội nghị khoa học mà nó là ngày hội. Cho nên là tôi cũng chỉ xin phép nói ngắn gọn như vậy. Và nhân đây thì cũng rất là đánh giá, cũng rất là mong là mỗi chúng ta ở đây cùng nỗ lực để đưa thị trường bảo hiểm bước sang một kỷ nguyên mới, hiệu quả hơn, chuyên nghiệp hơn và lan tỏa được nhiều tính nhân văn hơn nữa. Và cuối cùng nhân dịp mà năm mới sắp đến, năm cũ sắp qua, hy vọng là chúng ta sẽ bước qua một năm mới tốt đẹp hơn. Xin kính chúc quý vị nhiều sức khỏe, chúc hội nghị của chúng ta thành công rực rỡ. Xin cảm ơn.
Xin cảm ơn bà Lý Thị Thu Thủy và xin mời bà sẽ cùng nán lại tại trung tâm sân khấu một chút ạ. Xin mời ạ.
May we invite Ms. Lý Thị Thu Thủy to remain on the stage and move to the center. And we would like to invite Mr. Masatoshi Edo, appointed actuary of Prudential Vietnam, representative of organizer, to deliver appreciation flower to Ms. Lý Thị Thu Thủy.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lý Thị Thu Thủy, for your attending today and for your great speech. Vietnamese insurance market is still considered as emerging market, and there will still be many challenges to overcome to achieve sustainable development goals. And in that, ISA plays a very important role in management and supervision, as well as setting the best development direction for the market. Thank you.
And next, we are honored to invite Mr. Ngô Trung Dũng, representative of Insurance Association Vietnam. Please welcome him to the stage.
Kính thưa bà Lý Thị Thu Thủy, trưởng phòng quản lý bảo hiểm nhân thọ, Cục Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm Bộ Tài chính. Kính thưa ông Phương Tiến Minh, tổng giám đốc công ty bảo hiểm nhân thọ Prudential, đơn vị đăng cai tổ chức hội nghị ngày hôm nay. Kính thưa các diễn giả và toàn thể các quý vị đại biểu tham dự hội nghị. Hôm nay tôi rất vinh dự được đại diện cho Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam tham dự và phát biểu tại hội nghị định phí bảo hiểm năm 2023. Là một hội nghị quan trọng, quy mô lớn được tổ chức hàng năm trong nhiều năm gần đây. Và đúng như là bà Lý Thị Thu Thủy đã phát biểu trong cái bài phát biểu của mình là cách đây 15 năm thì hội nghị hàng năm này chỉ độ khoảng tầm 30-40 các chuyên gia tính toán tham dự, thì đến năm nay là tới trên 300 nữa, trên 300 các chuyên gia tham dự, và đây cũng chứng tỏ một cái sự phát triển rất là tích cực của cộng đồng actuary ở Việt Nam. Nhưng chúng ta cũng phải thừa nhận một điều rằng là cộng đồng actuary ở Việt Nam chúng ta còn khá là khiêm tốn, nhỏ bé về mặt số lượng. Chúng ta cũng chưa có một cái hội nghề nghiệp riêng của mình. Mà trong khi đó là actuary là có vai trò rất quan trọng trong ngành bảo hiểm. Mới đây trong cái báo cáo nghiên cứu thuộc dự án sáng kiến về bảo hiểm và rủi ro quỹ tài chính IRFF của UNDP và Milliman đã cung cấp các kết quả khảo sát chi tiết và có những đánh giá xác đáng về tình hình actuary ở Việt Nam, đưa ra những tư vấn về lộ trình cụ thể xây dựng ngành tính toán bảo hiểm vững mạnh, các mục tiêu tổng thể của lộ trình và vai trò trách nhiệm của các bên liên quan trong thực hiện từng mục tiêu của lộ trình, trong đó có những công việc thuộc Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam cần phải tham gia tích cực. Và những cái sáng kiến tổ chức các hội nghị định phí bảo hiểm của Prudential như hội nghị hôm nay theo tôi là rất có ý nghĩa. Hội nghị này với những chủ đề của các diễn giả rất là thiết thực với thị trường bảo hiểm, và tôi tin rằng sau hội nghị các đại biểu tham dự sẽ thu hoạch được những kiến thức và thông tin hữu ích cho công việc của mình. Xin cảm ơn Prudential đã đăng cai tổ chức hội nghị năm nay. Chúc cho hội nghị thành công tốt đẹp. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Xin được cảm ơn ông Ngô Trung Dũng và cũng xin được mời ông cùng nán lại sân khấu ạ. So Mr. Ngô Trung Dũng, please leave on stage. And now once again we would like to invite Mr. Masatoshi Edo, appointing actuary of Prudential Vietnam, representative of organizer, to present appreciation flower bouquet to Mr. Ngô Trung Dũng.
The IAV was established in 1999 and is a reliable home of all insurance companies. IAV always accompanies insurance company in all insurance activity, and the VAC 2023 is organized thanks to the important contribution of IAV as a silver sponsor. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite Ms. Elena Quick, representative of RGA International Reinsurance Company, our beloved diamond sponsor. Please come up to the main stage to share your thought for today's event. Sincerely welcome.
Right, I'll try. Xin chào, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. So I hope you're all feeling fresh, all roaring and ready to go, and looking forward to a packed day of knowledge sharing, intriguing conversations. So I'd like to share with you, how honored RGA is to be the diamond sponsor for Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2023. And to share a short story about it, it was actually a split-second decision from us, very evident and clear to us to be the diamond sponsor. And our friends at Prudential can attest to it. And the question why is very simple, because RGA has been committed and is committed over the years to work with our close partners in Vietnam, together to give protection solutions to our customers and the families, and together to close the protection gap. It is also a reflection of how vibrant we believe Vietnam market is, and the potential growth it has and has yet to realize. So globally, all around the world, including Vietnam, we know there are market challenges, there are economic challenges, but with all challenges, it brings us opportunities. Hence, it is an opportune time for the industry to start back to the basics, for the belief that we are here to contribute to the betterment of the society and to provide meaningful coverage to everyone by placing the customers at the center of everything that we do. So at RGA, we take pride in putting families and communities at the center of what we do. And we don't just say this in passing, it is a core RGA value of client centricity. And with clients in mind, I always remember one number, and it is a special number of over 50 million. And over 50 million is the number of individuals and their families that RGA provides financial protection to, just across Southeast Asia alone. And when we saw that number, it is a remarkable number and something very close to our hearts. And again, it's not possible without the support of our long-standing partners. So this is why I would like to thank everyone here today for the close partnership in helping us to deliver our purpose of providing financial protection accessible to all. And looking forward to the next insurance era, being the theme of today's conference, what do you envision it to be? For me, I envision the next insurance era to be one of tailoring. It's tailoring value propositions for our customers in their individual life stages, instead of a one-size-fits-all solution. And that together with product sustainability. So what is product sustainability? Being sustainable for the industry to deliver the contract promise to our customers so that they are provided the financial protection and the peace of mind for the lifetime of the policy that we sold to them. And they dearly hold close to their heart when they purchase it to protect their family and loved ones. So I believe with this, there is an exciting next insurance era that we can partner and work together and look forward to. So with this, I wish you and thank you for having us here today and wish you a fruitful conference ahead. Thank you.
May we invite Ms. Elena Quick to linger on the stage, and we would like to welcome Mr. Trần Thanh Phong, Chief Marketing Officer of Prudential Vietnam, to present appreciation flower to Ms. Elena Quick, representative of RGA International Reinsurance Company, the diamond sponsor for this year's event.
Once again, thank you so much, Ms. Elena Quick. Ladies and gentlemen, Prudential Vietnam Assurance is a leading life insurance company in Vietnam that is committed to helping our customers achieve their health and wealth goals. We operate with 5 core values: ambitious, curious, empathetic, courageous, and nimble. Apparently, the ship could not sail without the leadership of our courageous captain. And let us now cordially invite to the stage the representative of our event's host, Mr. Phương Tiến Minh, CEO of Prudential Vietnam Assurance, to grace the stage and share his insight about the conference. Please give a big round to welcome.
Xin kính chào các anh chị. Lời đầu tiên tôi xin gửi lời chào và lời cảm ơn đến bà Lý Thị Thu Thủy, trưởng phòng nhân thọ, đại diện Cục Giám sát Bảo hiểm Bộ Tài chính đã hiện diện trong ngày hôm nay. Tôi cũng xin gửi lời chào và lời cảm ơn đến ông Ngô Trung Dũng, Phó Tổng Thư ký Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam, đại diện Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam. I'd like to thank the generosity of our diamond sponsor, RGA, our gold sponsor, Pacific Library, January, Sweetry, and the silver sponsor. Và sau cùng là lời cảm ơn của tôi đến với tất cả các đại diện cũng như là các chuyên gia định phí bảo hiểm đến từ 19 công ty bảo hiểm nhân thọ đang hoạt động tại Việt Nam đã có mặt ở đây ngày hôm nay. Các anh chị thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta sẽ còn khoảng 5 tuần nữa là chúng ta sẽ kết thúc một năm 2023 đầy bão tố. Tôi không biết các anh chị có nhớ hay không, đầu năm 2023 có một bộ phim vô cùng nổi tiếng, càn quét hết tất cả các phòng vé và các giải thưởng trên thế giới. Bộ phim tên là Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Có bao nhiêu anh chị trong khán phòng này xem phim này rồi ạ? Tôi thấy cũng khá đó, khá. Thực tế phim này là một phim vô cùng khó hiểu. Tôi phải xem đến 2 lần tôi mới hiểu nổi. Bộ phim đạt 94% Rotten Tomatoes và 7 giải Oscar. Bắt đầu phim, cô Dương Tử Quỳnh, nhân vật chính, cùng với chồng cô, đóng bởi anh Quang Kế Huy. Hai người bắt đầu phim bằng một cái xung đột và áp lực. Đó là xung đột và áp lực việc phải meet một cái deadline. Đó là deadline về kê khai thuế. Và những tưởng cái xung đột đó sẽ là xung đột suốt bộ phim, nhưng mà không ngờ xung đột và áp lực đó nó triển khai và phát triển ra thành nhiều cái xung đột và áp lực khác, bất ngờ bao vây từ mọi phía, từ vũ trụ này sang vũ trụ khác. Tôi xem phim này đến 2 lần và tôi thấy nó giống kỳ lạ với tất cả chúng ta. Tôi thấy nó giống với ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ của chúng ta một cách kỳ lạ. Đầu năm chúng ta tưởng rằng là chúng ta đang đối phó với một deadline, là làm sao chúng ta có thể có luật bảo hiểm mới và triển khai luật bảo hiểm mới. Tuy nhiên cái deadline đó nó nhanh chóng biến thành những cái xung đột, những khủng hoảng, từ trường hợp này sang trường hợp khác, từ những sự kiện này sự kiện khác. Đúng nghĩa everything, everywhere, all at once. Các bạn có đồng ý không ạ? Thú thật là như thế này. Tôi trở thành tổng giám đốc của Prudential vào tháng 6 năm 2020. Lúc đó tôi cũng rất là hân hoan và hạnh phúc và nghĩ rằng chắc làm tổng giám đốc cho một công ty bảo hiểm lớn cũng nhàn. Nhưng mà tôi đã sai. Và tôi sai quá sai, bởi vì chỉ 1 tháng sau khi tôi nhậm chức thì Covid đã ập tới. Tới hiện giờ sau 3.5, tức là 3 năm rưỡi làm tổng giám đốc, tôi cùng với tất cả các bạn trong khán phòng này, chúng ta chưa kịp vội mừng vì đã thoát khỏi Covid. Chúng ta gặp ngay phải cô Lan. Từ cô Lan chúng ta gặp phải anh Long. Từ anh Long chúng ta gặp phải vô vàn nhiều cô chú khác ở tất cả các mọi mặt trận, mọi khủng hoảng, mọi vũ trụ. Thú thật là tôi vô cùng stress. Trong 3 năm rưỡi đó tôi stress vô cùng. Và đã có nhiều lần tôi tự hỏi mình rằng nên chăng mình trả lại cái job này. Và nếu các ông bà ở bên Hồng Kông và London có nhà ý muốn lấy lại, tôi sẵn sàng trả lại. Ngày hôm nay, nếu anh Trung và chị Phương có ở đây, hai người lèo lái toàn bộ ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ của chúng ta qua cái giông tố năm 2023, tôi sẽ hỏi anh Trung và chị Phương tương tự là đã có bao giờ nghĩ rằng có muốn trả lại hay không? Hôm nay thì có chị Thủy ở đây, chị Huệ ở đây, chị Linh ở đây, cùng với anh Dũng ở đây. Tôi không biết là các anh chị có bao giờ nghĩ giống tôi hay không. Và tôi không biết tất cả các anh chị ở khán phòng này có bao nhiêu anh chị nghĩ giống tôi hay không. Nếu có, tôi hoàn toàn thấu cảm với tất cả các anh chị, bởi vì chúng ta đang cùng trong một vũ trụ với nhiều xung đột và khủng hoảng khác nhau. Tôi chuyển từ ngành ngân hàng sang ngành bảo hiểm cũng được 7 năm rồi. Khi tôi mới làm bảo hiểm á, thì tôi vô cùng hâm mộ các bạn actuary. Tôi thấy các bạn là những người rất là smart. Các bạn là những người vô cùng what. Các bạn có những cái niềm đam mê bất tận với những con số và những cái models. Trong cái group chat của các bạn, tôi nghĩ rằng các bạn vô cùng sôi nổi và đam mê với persistency. Và thú thật là lúc đầu tôi cũng không hiểu lắm đâu, nhưng mà bây giờ tôi thấm rồi. Nhưng mà tới năm 2023 thì tôi thấy rằng là cái chủ đề persistency nó đã bớt nhiệt rồi. Các bạn nói về chuyện khác. Các bạn vẫn đam mê với những con số. Niềm đam mê nó vẫn còn nha các bạn. Nhưng con số bây giờ các bạn đam mê lớn hơn, nhiều hơn là con số 67. Các bạn đúng không ạ? Các bạn có ai trong phòng này còn chưa biết con số 67 không mà? Chắc không dám giơ tay đâu nhỉ? Thế thì tôi cũng không muốn tạo thêm áp lực nhiều cho các bạn. Cả thị trường bảo hiểm nhân thọ đang trông chờ vào các bạn để triển khai và giải mã số 67 để đảm bảo cho ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ của chúng ta phát triển bền vững và thực sự đặt khách hàng làm trọng tâm. Hội thảo ngày hôm nay đã được các nhà sponsor chuẩn bị vô cùng kỹ lưỡng và chúng tôi đã làm việc với các nhà tài trợ rất kỹ về nội dung. Chúng ta sẽ được chia sẻ về những nội dung như vai trò định phí, vai trò của chuyên gia định phí về việc đáp ứng nhu cầu khách hàng, băng ca 2.0, hợp tác và phát triển như thế nào, sự phát triển bền vững và vai trò của ESG trong tất cả các sản phẩm bảo hiểm nhân thọ, Modern Analytics cùng với Machine Learning trong cái việc thẩm định và xác định rủi ro. Tất cả những cái đề tài này các bạn sẽ được chia sẻ và trao đổi ngày hôm nay, và tôi hy vọng rằng tất cả các bạn trong khán phòng này sẽ thấy những chủ đề này hữu ích và đưa ra những cái sáng kiến để chúng ta chuẩn bị cho một cái the next insurance era thành công hơn và bền vững hơn. Các anh chị và các bạn thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta còn khoảng 5 tuần nữa hết năm. Cái bộ phim này mặc dù có rất là nhiều cái cuộc xung đột và khủng hoảng, rối rắm lắm, phức tạp lắm, đầy bạo lực. Chúng ta không có bạo lực. Tuy nhiên, phim này có kết thúc có hậu nha các anh chị. Kết thúc có hậu. Và cái kết thúc của nó tương đối khó hiểu một chút. Nhưng đại khái, kết thúc nó mang ý nghĩa rất là nhân văn. Mọi thứ rồi sẽ ổn. Mọi thứ rồi sẽ tốt đẹp hơn. Tất cả chúng ta và ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ rồi sẽ ổn, rồi sẽ tốt đẹp hơn. Sự ổn định đó và cái sự tốt đẹp đó dựa trên hai cái bài học mà cá nhân tôi học được từ trong phim này. Nếu các bạn xem phim này, xem tới phần cuối của phim, các bạn sẽ nhận ra hai cái giá trị mà tôi nghĩ rằng hai giá trị tất cả các bạn, tất cả các công ty bảo hiểm đã và học rất nhiều trong năm nay. Bài học đầu tiên là acceptance. Acceptance là sự chấp nhận rằng chúng ta phải giải quyết xung đột. Chúng ta phải thay đổi. Thay đổi mới tốt hơn được. Bài học thứ hai tôi học được từ cái phim này để có một kết thúc có hậu là kindness, mà theo diễn giải của tôi sau khi xem phim đó là sự bao dung. Chúng ta phải có sự bao dung trong cái việc xử lý khủng hoảng. Chúng ta có sự bao dung để bỏ những cái định kiến cố chấp của mình. Chắc chắn chúng ta phải thay đổi và mọi quyết định của chúng ta phải đặt people làm đầu. Đó là bài học thứ hai trong phim. Và tôi nghĩ tất cả chúng ta đều đã học được bài học này. Và vì vậy, tôi nghĩ mọi thứ rồi sẽ ổn. Lời cuối cùng, tôi xin chúc tất cả các anh chị, tất cả các bạn có mặt ở đây ngày hôm nay, cũng như đồng nghiệp của mình đang không có mặt ở đây ngày hôm nay. Chúng ta chân cứng đá mềm, giữ gìn sức khỏe, nuôi dưỡng những năng lượng tích cực cho chính mình, cho gia đình mình và cho ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ Việt Nam. Tôi cũng chân thành cảm ơn các nhà tài trợ và các bạn ở bên ban tổ chức đã làm việc vô cùng vất vả cho cái hội nghị ngày hôm nay. Chúc hội nghị của chúng ta thành công. Cảm ơn các bạn.
What a great sharing. Thank you so much, Mr. Dingman. And could you please remain on stage to present the flower to our sponsor? Can you please remain?
Ladies and gentlemen, at Prudential, we always encourage gratitude culture. And with sincere thanks from our captain, we would like to invite representative of the core sponsor to the stage to receive appreciation flowers from Prudential Vietnam. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Ingun, representative of Squidry, the gold sponsor of this year's event.
We would like to invite to the stage Dr. Dirk Nieder, representative of January, gold sponsor.
We would like to invite Mr. Vasan Irakir, representative of Pacific Light Free, gold sponsor.
We would like to invite to the stage Mr. Chiều, representative of Spory, silver sponsor.
Please welcome on the stage Mr. Son Seng Kul, representative of SOA, the silver sponsor.
And we also would like to invite Mr. Len Nhật Minh, representative of Munich Re, silver sponsor.
We would like to welcome Mr. Phương Tiến Minh, CEO of Prudential Vietnam, and Ms. Đào Hồng Hạnh, Chief Risk Officer of Prudential Vietnam, to go on the stage and present appreciation flowers to representative of the core sponsors.
Once again, please join us to give a big round of applause for our great sponsor for the event today. Thank you. Thank you so much once again, our sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Phương Tiến Minh and Ms. Đào Hồng Hạnh. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, customer centricity is the essential strategy for us to become trusted insurance enterprises. It entails that we continually enhance our service quality to fulfill our customer needs and expectations, particularly in the changing times. The previous year has caused many fluctuations and difficulties to the economy, the society, and insurance industry. How can we, as actuaries and industry participants, cope with these changes and satisfy our customer needs? Now, let us listen to two experts from RGA International Reinsurance who will impart their knowledge on the topic, actuaries and industry's role in answering customer needs.
We are honored to welcome Mr. Albertus Sidiardi, Executive Director, Business Development of Southeast Asia Markets. And we would like to welcome Mr. Mehdi Salih, the Manager of Business Development of Southeast Asia Markets. Please welcome on the stage.
Test. Morning, everyone, and thank you. Very happy to be here. So my name is Albert, and my colleague Mehdi, for the next 25 minutes, will be sharing with you on actuaries and industry roles in answering customer needs. So let's start with something light, right? You know how iPad was first, very famous and obviously are very common now. And guess what? It wasn't invented by Jobs. It was actually first being introduced by Gates in the year 2000. Now I could see a little bit of puzzle look around the room, and that sort of proved the point that actually yep, it didn't take off really when it was first introduced, even though Gates at that time predicted that tablet will be the future, right? And what happened is really the product isn't really what the customers was looking for. It was still using stylus. Gates was thinking about placing a PC into a tablet. So really, the key here is it is very important to consider product customers fit. Now, I have to be a little contrarian and change the flow a little bit, right? So I'll start with the end first, right? This is the summary of our presentation. So if there is any free key takeaway from today is really customers first, customer centricity. It forms the key foundation to solution the product fit customer challenge in Vietnam. And today we'll talk about 3 different customer segments and how their needs and products will vary. We'll talk about the healthy, the substandard, and the elderly segment. And obviously, all of us in this room, the industries, right, the actuaries, we all have contribution to play. And we'll share a little bit about what we have seen across in other markets. Oops. All right, so let me kick off with some early indicators. I think this is really a chart showing a new business in Vietnam. As you could see, there's a very nice trajectory from the year 2018 to 2022. Early of 2023, there's about 40% dip in the new business. And really, to us, it is an early indicator. In fact, it's probably a clear indicator there is a challenge with insurance product fit in Vietnam markets. And really, there are many potential causes. We could think about it from the product design, the level of complexity, and we can also think about it whether or not the segmentation has been done correctly. Distribution obviously does plays an important role, and many other operational challenges as well regarding the economic development of the countries. Now, in short, there are multiple factors contributing, and it's not actually easy to solve this. Now, what we believe in RGA is that we all have to put the customers at the center of this solution. If we want to solution this, customers should be right at the center, and it is a value that we believe and we breathe in RGA. So we place client needs at the central of everything that we do as an organization. So for today, I will introduce you this concept, something easy to remember. We call it the iceberg of insurance need. But maybe before I start this concept, I'll just like to see show of hand who actually can recognize the picture. Anyone can recognize the picture? Okay, I'll see some show of hand. So that is actually a Titanic, right? So why did Titanic think they could escape the iceberg? So if you read a little bit of a story, the ship actually thought they could escape the iceberg, right? But why do they think they could escape the iceberg? And the answer is really they ignore the fact that the iceberg are usually 20 to 30% wider underneath. So they thought they could skip it, and yet they didn't realize it's a lot deeper than that and it's a lot wider than that. And to us, that's a perfect metaphor for insurance, right? Often when we think about our insurance customer, majority of them are actually unaware of their protection needs. So just like the iceberg, the 10% is what they are aware, right? So ask them about medical coverage, they say, yep, I will need it, right? I know, I can see, it's very important, medical has been increasing in terms of cost. But what often they are unaware is the deeper end of the iceberg, right? Think about critical illness. Who here thinks that critical illness to pay medical is to be used to be paid medical bills, right? And if you do think that way, it's not, right? So what happens when you undergo critical illness, right? Often, think about who's going to have to pay for that school fees. Think about who's going to pay for medical expenses. So the need of critical illness is actually also about income replacement. It isn't just about recovering for the medical bills of treatment. And going deeper, if you ask anyone, any young folks in the room here, so who really need term coverage? Probably none, right? I'm still healthy. Why do I need? And even if I pass away, who actually will receive the benefits, right? Now, just to share a little personal story and kind of use it to highlight that the one that is really gonna say they need it is the one that unfortunately really passed away, right? So I do have a relative, a contact of ours, 35-year-old, very healthy, good, job and beautiful house, beautiful family, and then stroke happens. He passed away without insurance coverage. And it's a very sad story because at the end of it, the dependent, she really has to sell the house just to make ends meet. So actually we do have a real contribution. There is a real need to offer the death coverage. So going down a little bit deeper into disability coverage, don't even think about it because no one really have perception. Why do I can't even imagine being in the a wheelchair, right? So don't even think about disability. So in short, we're trying to paint a story that most of our individual customers, they're probably aware at the top, but there's a lot deeper items of protection needs that they may not be aware. And this is the opportunity for all of us to actually think about how to solution for these different segments. The way we think at it is we can broadly divide the customers into 3 broad categories. Of course, everyone can slice and dice, but just for today, we'll try to simplify it into 3 different segments. The healthy segment, but it's a segment we'll also call it the vulnerable. These are the folks that often only aware at the top, but without realizing there's a lot of needs underneath the iceberg. The substandard segment, these are the folks that aware, but often they are constrained in terms of purchasing insurance cover. And the elderly segment, these are the folks that probably very aware of the needs, and yet it's too late. They are unprepared, right? So for the next, remaining of presentation, I'll pass over to my colleague Mehdi to further explore how the 3 different segments have a varying different needs of the customer, of the insurance needs. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry. So hi, good morning. So without further ado, let's get started with the first segment that we are going to talk about today, the healthy segment. So for this segment, nothing necessarily surprising. It's actually the target market for most insurers, and that's the market that they are used to sell insurance product to. I like to believe that I'm part of this group still, although I'm increasingly getting chubbier, over time, and less likely to buy standard insurance coverage. But the key point about this group, although we know this group very well, is the fact that they have low available financial resources. Okay? And maybe just to talk about my experience personally, in the past when I was slightly younger, just started working, my priorities were not necessarily insurance or buying insurance in general. It was pretty much buying the new iPhone or going on traveling. I had very different priorities. And then the family comes and we want to buy properties, and again, the priorities are not necessarily insurance. What happened eventually is that I had healthcare, and then I ran to buy insurance. Hopefully, I could get covered yet. But that's really the challenge when it comes to the healthy people. And they are quite exposed in terms of resilience when you think about it, because when the worst happened, such as a CI that was not, we cannot anticipate, or the pandemic, right? Then they end up in a situation where, depending on the number of dependents they have, they might miss the coverage that the family needs for the support, right? So, of course, it has to be taken into account with the level of financial literacy those individuals have. I'm pretty sure that everyone in the room would probably buy insurance, but that's not necessarily the case about most population. That's not the natural choice. So, actually, we look at some survey from RGA that we call the Voice of Customer. That's a survey that we do in order to make sure the product we bring to insurance companies makes sense for the end customer. And one of the questions we ask as part of this survey is, do you have sufficient coverage for critical illness, medical expenses? Unsurprisingly, the result of the survey was very clear. When people are below 40 years old, more than 70% of them, they think they are fine, they have enough coverage. But then when they reach these 40 to 50 years old, the certainty and the confidence they have start dropping. Life event, they see their friends, their families going through different health challenges, and they start realizing that maybe I need slightly more coverage than what I have today. So it leads basically to the point that indeed younger individuals, they don't necessarily realize the need for insurance, and as they get older and have an increased risk of being substandard, they start realizing the key issue. And that's what we see with the substandard segment, slightly older, 35 to 55, and they are really challenged when it comes to getting insurance. They start having chronic conditions that make insurance more expensive for them, as well as having limited options in terms of what they can find in the market. Of course, in terms of resilience, that's not great. If there is any particular event, and I think COVID-19 is a very good example of that, and we are going to see some statistics later, but they are the more exposed, and they didn't plan for it, and their families might not have the support they need eventually. So, of course, they start realizing the need for insurance, but start getting expensive overall. So, what COVID-19 has exemplified is the fact that such thing as obesity, being overweight, can lead to 3 times more chances to end up with a severe case of COVID-19. And looking at other chronic conditions that are very common for substandard, such as hypertension, the number can be 2.5 times higher than the general population. In terms of segment, the last one we want to talk about today is actually the elderly segment, segment that is very close to my heart personally, because of my parents. They are very likely to have chronic illnesses, diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure. So they are the most exposed in terms of pandemic risk, that's for sure. But also they have very limited coverage, and they might end up like being retired and not having the group insurance medical coverage they had in the past. So in terms of awareness, that's the opposite of the healthy segment. They can see the 90% below the water. If we are looking at the iceberg, they can see all the problems. They might ignore the long-term care. But that's really a group that is generally unprepared and highly aware of the importance of insurance, yet not having solutions offered to them. But there is one key point about the retirees and the pre-retirees. They want to remain self-sufficient. They want to remain independent as long as possible. There are a couple of reasons. It could be that they have been working hard all their life to set their children in life, and they want to make sure they are not a financial burden for their parents or burden in general. So that's something that we saw again in the voice of customers, the RGA voice of customers. And one of the questions we ask is, what are the current insurance solutions you are using in order to cover your medical expenses? So just to bridge a gap, because the survey has been done with a group of respondents in Singapore, that's typically your universal healthcare that they have been using, and as well as group medical and MediShield. So then, because we were trying to understand what is happening with the retirees, we asked them a key question. What is the impact of losing the group coverage when you retire? And more than 80% of them, 85% of them actually, say that it has an impact on them, leaving them to worry about their ability to pay their medical bills. So another point that we wanted to share that I find very interesting is actually the fact that the top concern for the retirees is not your typical cancer, heart attack, and stroke that you will see with younger population. And the number one point that they mention is the loss of ability to look after themselves. And that's a very important point. They know that they might end up having cancer. They know they might end up having a stroke and heart attack because we all die from something eventually. But for them, what is important is how can I remain independent all my life? Okay? The other point, of course, beside keeping their independence, is keeping their financial independence and being able to pay their medical bills. And one of the top concerns as well is the uncertainty about the medical bills and how much they will end up paying. So after talking about all those points, that's the basics. We intuitively know about it. Let me maybe ask one question. What can actuaries and life insurers do in order to help bridge the protection gap for each segment and have a tailored approach? So I'm not here to give the one particular product for each segment. At the end of the day, we have to tailor the solutions to the need of the customers. And let me give some spectrum of solutions from neighboring Asian countries, as well as some example from Vietnam for each particular segment. So the number one point, which is really important, is education. The reason why education is important is because, as I mentioned, healthy segments, insurance is not the priority, but we have to make sure that they buy insurance as soon as possible and before their health deteriorate. It requires an effort from all the different participants in the chain of value, and from insurers, government, as well as reinsurers to provide this awareness to them. The second point is actually the strength of actuaries, product and pricing. So it looks evident when you think about it, but it's more challenging than what we might thinking, designing solutions that make sense to them. It's really this tailoring event, trying to understand the healthy, the young ones, and the patterns when they buy insurance. And we need the discipline to look into it very frequently. The need might be changing over time. I remember like maybe 10 or 15 years ago, everything was about the typical late-stage critical illness, right? Then early CI came in, and recently we have been seeing some catch-all with ICU coverage. The importance is trying to understand those changing needs over time and readapt this product to make sure that they remain relevant to the customers and they still make sense for them, okay? In terms of national scheme, Vietnam has a very good universal healthcare framework, so that's a good point. And we also have other opportunities from other countries such as Singapore that provide DPS, which is some basic life and TPD coverage to make sure that the lower income still have some form of death coverage if the worst happen. So now looking at the segment that are slightly undercovered in general. Again, education is really important. We want to make sure that even when they are substandard, they understand the need to manage their chronic conditions. So there is still some part of education. And that's something that is relevant for any age. We never stop learning in a way. But then in terms of product and appetite, at this point that we need to start looking at design tailored solutions for the customers. So in order to address that, of course, we have a couple of examples of diabetic product, and I think in Vietnam there was in 2019 a diabetic product that was launched and actually RGA supported. But there are also other solutions for other countries, and the idea is actually to reverse engineer instead of pushing any product that will work for the healthy segment to the substandard segment. So in order to address the way it can be done, I'm going to talk about the elderly at the same time and the product and appetite here. And it's looking at what is not working for the distribution, why they cannot sell a product to the elderly, what is happening in terms of underwriting, what are the hurdles they are facing. So this required a tailored approach that insurers and reinsurers can work together in order to design solutions that target. And we have seen some examples in other markets with cancer products that were designed for the elderly, as old as up to 75 years old for entry age, and still remain affordable for them, which is the key point, because insurance starts getting expensive when they're older. So it's about targeting the amount that they are able to pay at the end of the day. So in terms of national scheme, again, for the older population, I'm just going to talk about some initiative, because when life expectancy starts increasing, it puts pressure on the population. So that's why there are some countries, especially with a long longevity over 80 years old, they start offering long-term care product as a base coverage as well. So on those words, I'm going to pass it back to Albert, who is going to share the approach to tackle it.
Thanks, Mehdi. And of course, just the last spectrum of solution, which obviously all of us here in the room as an actuaries, we do have that tools, right? We do have this item which we are very familiar and has been successful, which is actuarial control cycles, right? So basically defining, designing and monitoring the impact. Now, it all started with the recognition that customers should be at the center of it, right? And it started with the recognition that there's no such thing as one fit solution, as you have seen that each different segment of customers do have a different level of iceberg of what they think they need and the level of appreciation they have. And this is where I would, urge all of us in this room, the actuaries, right, and also the industry practitioner, to think together, define this problem statement together, and design the solution, and do not forget to always monitor it and provide the continuous feedback loop. Now with that, I just like to touch the very first three things that I sort of described, just to kind of recap and wrap up. Really, client centricity is going to be the key foundation if we want to solve the challenge in the product fit of customers in Vietnam markets, right? And you have seen how the three different segments of customers do have a very different iceberg of insurance needs. So the healthy, the substandard, and the elderly. And of course, all of us here in the room, as the players, as the industries, we all have a contributing part, and hopefully will then bring in a more sustainable, a more meaningful insurance solution in Vietnam for the next era. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Albertus Setiadi and Mr. Medisali. All right, so now feel free to invite everyone. If you have any query or any question or information need to be explained, please feel free to raise your hand, and our speaker can provide you the answer and the information.
Is there any questions from our attendees related to this topic?
All right, okay, please give the microphone to a representative, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm from Vietnam. Vietnam is quite different in terms of the penetration. We still have a huge 90% of market there. So probably we don't have to go in niche market like that. But one question is, traditionally, insurance company or insurance try to segment customer in different risks. You talk about healthy and substandard. In the new world, is there any way that we cover insurance for everyone? Because that's go back to the basic of insurance. It's the pool of risk control, right? So everyone should be able to join insurance, regardless their status, and they share the risk among the healthy and the unhealthy population. But traditionally, I always see that we always try to have different segments and have different charge. But how you think about this future? I see some China company do this kind of, they pull all together. If you can do that, it's really a new game for insurance in Vietnam, or everyone can join the insurance, is rather than go by different segment and risk.
So thank you for the question. Maybe to answer, I'll probably share some experiences we had in different markets, right? And why we were talking about the segmentation specifically. What we realize through our experiences is the fact that when you go to the distribution and they will try to sell an insurance product, they sometimes are the one that end up not pushing products to the older segment or people who are impaired, right? They are substandard. The reason why, and I'm just going to share an experience, a personal experience I had. My father-in-law was seeking insurance coverage. And he went to the agent, so I was there, and he was explaining, listen, I want some death coverage in case something happens. And he started sharing about his own health, right? At this particular point, the agent started like, I'm not sure whether you are a suitable customer for protection, so let me maybe offer you some saving products. And if something happens later on, the money will go to your family. But that's not what he was looking for. So the way we have been working on those issues at RGA is actually looking at those challenges right in the eyes and say, okay, how can we offer something that works for the customers and the distribution and the agent? And the key was actually giving the confidence to the distribution
to push the product to the customer. But in order to do that, we have to work on what are those challenges, what are the common conditions that those people, and then reverse engineer and work on solutions that will remain relevant to the customer, provide them the protection they are looking for, as well as remaining affordable. Because there is no point pushing a product if the person is not able to afford it at the end of the day. A standard protection product that is offered, CI, might end up being 2 times or more than the initial premium, right? So at least that's one vision on how to answering these different segments and those needs.
Thanks, Tam. Maybe I just add on a little bit, addressing your point around doing customer segmentation. It's something that we have always done. I would like to put it the other way around. We shouldn't be seeing low persistency, if that's the case. Imagine you buy a phone. You really love this phone. You're going to stay on using it. So I think it's the time ripe to really reflect, honestly. Is it really fit? When we say that we know, do we really know? When we say we pretty sure attaching ILP with, CI riders, hospital cash is going to be great, is that really true? Do the customer really know? So I think we kind of like to just bring it to the very basic. Because the hypothesis, and this is really just within RGA, the hypothesis is that if the customers knows the importance and we do see a real societal benefit of having an insurance, a real benefit, and unfortunately the one that is going to benefit is those that have heart attack, those that have chronic illness. They will come out and say, hey, I'm very thankful I have this insurance cover. Right, so bringing it to the basic, if that is really something that we have done well and something that the customer is aware, the hypothesis is that they will stick, right? So I think that's probably the first part, really trying to kind of reflect and bring things to the basic and be very, very honest. If you really want to solve it, we got to be very honest of it. Now, the second part of your question is very interesting. I like the idea, right? Which is how can we make this universal? Right? Not easy. The reason why I said not easy, I think, essentially, we are stuck in the dynamic of you need to be commercially viable, right? Ultimately, all of us here, we need to make sure, in addition to deliver the service, there is some meaningful commercial return, right? Now, at the same time, managing portfolio with standard and substandard, it takes appetite. That's number one. It takes very, very a clear sense of risk-taking. And maybe just to share a little bit, we have done some form of GIO upsell. But of course, it comes with a certain framework. It comes with certain life of thinking, right? So if a person already have medical reimbursement, we know their experience, we could do some control. Now, but what you're alluding to is bigger than that. Actually, what you're alluding to is, what if we open for all, right? What if we open for everyone? And so far as at least from our sort of point of view, the one that have managed successfully doing that is government. And there is an element of trying to mitigate the anti-selection by compulsory coverage, right? And some market, Indonesia has successfully done that. When they first entered universal healthcare, they believe in covering everybody, even those who cannot pay the premium, the government will subsidize, right? And that itself has, again, with having the insurance, actually it provides the safety net, the confidence to actually push this individual to contribute to the economy. Because now when I'm sick, I'm not worried. There's something's covering, right? Now, I am not seen that is being done in commercial world, right? But it is not impossible. I think there is a room, potentially, and if any place to actually start that discussion is probably here. But I do like the idea, because it does really bring in the value in a big and meaningful way. So you have the scale impact of it. Thanks.
Thank you for your answer, and hope our answers can address our attendees' concerns. We still have many more sessions ahead of us, so we will have to postpone answering your questions for now. Any further curiosity and interest related to this topic, we will deliver those questions to our expert afterward. We highly appreciate all the answers and sharing from RGA International Reinsurance representative, Mr. Albertus Sutiadi and Mr. Medisali. May we invite you to remain on the stage, and we would like to welcome Mr. Masatoshi Edo, appointed actuary of Prudential Vietnam, representative of organizer, to present appreciation flower to our guest speaker. Kindly move to the center. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Albertus Setieri and Mr. Medisali, for your great information and your attendance today and share with us so many useful information. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Masatoshi Edo as well. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the next part, we are going to have a 15-minute break. We invite you to enjoy a tea break at the designated area outside at the lobby. Thank you. And the event will recommence shortly in 15 minutes. And please be seated in the stage area by then to facilitate the timing execution of the program. We hope you enjoy the break. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your participation in the tea break, and we hope that you now recharge your energy and so ready to join us for the next exciting sessions. Resuming our morning section, we will now explore a trend, a popular business association model that has garnered significant attention in recent years, bancassurance. Despite its nascent state in Vietnam, bancassurance is rapidly evolving and offering opportunity to diversify its distribution channels for the insurance market, thereby contributing to revenue growth for both parties. Stepping into a new era where modern technology like AI and digital transformation increasingly prevail, bancassurance 2.0 present noticeable aspects to discuss.
Now, let's explore the hot topic, bancassurance 2.0, partnering for growth, given by a beautiful speaker from Switzerland, Miss Alicia, Innovation Manager of Life and Health, Southeast Asia region. Let's welcome on the stage Miss Alicia.
Hi, good morning everyone. I hope you're recharged from the tea break. I also hope you didn't eat too much such that you will fall asleep in my presentation today, alright? Okay, so I'm Alicia. I'm the Innovation Manager for Vietnam in Swiss Re. And today I'll be bringing to you the topic of bancassurance 2.0. And definitely this is a topic that you may have already been hearing about in the news for the last 1 year. So I hope our sharing today will really bring you some sort of insights as well as how we move on from here. So I'll start off first that insurance, as we all know, is a product that is sold and not bought. So what this means is that, unlike other things that we buy in our lives, most of the time it is a want. We are driven by our own wants and we will actually make that purchase. But insurance, on the other hand, is most of the time when someone brings up that topic or that product, and we will actually have to think about it before we actually make that purchase. So this entire process and the drive to buy insurance is also called the propensity to buy. And this is something that is low, not just only for insurance within the banker channel, but insurance sold through other agents as well as other distribution channel as well. So when bancassurance as a term and a concept emerged in the 1980s, it was defined as selling insurance through the banks. And that concept actually makes sense and is still relevant today. A lot of our bankers in Vietnam, they also understand the synergy between selling insurance at the bank as well as their other bank services. Because the idea makes sense. Essentially, you're selling a protection product to someone who is also thinking of financial planning. And all this actually goes hand in hand. Which is why even today, based on the survey that we have done at Swiss Re just early this year, when we understand the sentiments of the Vietnamese community towards bancassurance, 88% of our bankers are still very interested and they find that insurance products are very attractive to sell. This may be due to different things such as the ability to provide their customers with a very holistic value proposition, the turnaround time in really servicing their customers, or even just commissions. But one thing we have found through our research is that even though the banks may be the very first point of contact in introducing and selling an insurance product to the customers, an alarming 72% of them actually eventually turn to their agents to buy these products. So to me, this number is actually very, very alarming, right? And does this then mean that there is just no further growth or no further potential in the bancassurance side? Or are there just some other challenges that we actually need to iron out and we can actually still move ahead and continue to grow this space? So of course, I'll cut to the chase. As you already know, my title is Bancassurance 2.0. We are partnering for growth. So definitely there is some potential, and this is where we want to share with you more today. So bancassurance is definitely still a growing distribution channel. When we actually ask consumers today who are already buying from the banks, and again, this this survey was done by Swiss Re earlier this year amongst everything that's ongoing. 85% of the customers actually still felt that they find their bankers that they have been engaging with, they thought that they are trustworthy, and they would actually recommend them to their family and their friends. Of course, if we were to look into the topic of whether they feel pressured to buy insurance, this is where the measure is a lot lower. Only a third of them actually thought that the bankers are acting in their interest and they are actually being objective. But again, this score that we see here is not just something that is relevant in Vietnam or something that is only relevant in the bancassurance. Because when we ask consumers the same thing and to rate their agents, even in Vietnam as well as other parts of Southeast Asia, the same trend also emerged, whereby people just don't feel that the insurance distribution channel is acting objectively. But if we were to put this measure aside and we were to look at the growth from here, the consumers today, more than half of them who are already buying from the banks, are actually still very open to buy from the banks in the future in terms of insurance product. And this again is still amongst whatever is ongoing. So definitely there is still that potential for growth, but we must not ignore that there are some challenges that we have also identified. So in our research, we definitely found a lot of different trends and information that we can actually address. But for today, I would like to just bring to you 3 key gaps and challenges that we know that we can help to address further. The first is product relevance to customer needs as well as bank services. The second is the financial literacy of the Vietnamese consumer segment, the education and training of the bankers, as well as the knowledge of the consumers themselves. And lastly, it is the mismatch in the preferences of underwriting process at the bank channel. So the first gap we have identified here is in terms of product relevance. So product relevance is actually a top concern and a top need in both consumers as well as the bankers. The bankers themselves, they know that insurance being sold at the banks must actually be tied to the bank services so that it gives them that compelling story to actually even bring up insurance as a topic and to actually bring this up to sell. So the very first recorded bancassurance product in the world is actually a mortgage-linked insurance that is actually distributed through a bank in Belgium when they were selling loans. And that concept made a lot of sense, which is why it is still very relevant today. And that is because when someone is in the mental capacity to actually take up a loan, they are also thinking about the case whereby what if something were to happen to them and they are unable to pay off their loan while they are actually building their homes. So that concept makes sense, which is why this particular aspect of ensuring that a product ties in with the bank service is one of the top concern and one of the top feature that a bankers actually ask for when they want to have an insurance product on the bank's shelves. Consumers themselves, they are also very needs driven. So when they're actually buying insurance product, they actually really need to know that this is going to meet my needs. But today, based on the research that we have, almost half of the Vietnamese consumers themselves felt that the products are just not tailored to their needs. But you may be thinking, a lot of the products that we have now at the banks are also products that we distribute in the agency channel with some slight tweaks. So why is it that they're successful at the agents but not at the banks? And that is because we often forget the mindset that the consumers have when they're actually buying insurance or when they're actually looking for services at the bank. Unlike speaking to an agent whereby it is very purposeful and you know for sure that I'm going to be buying insurance and planning for my family and my future, at the banks, most of the time I'm there to either take up a loan, open an account, and if you were to push an insurance product at that point in time, it just seems odd. So the mindset is just not there for the consumers to feel that these products are actually tailored to their needs. Moreover, a lot of the products that we have today are actually designed to actually only meet individual needs, but not the other family needs, whereby consumers actually do prioritize covering for their parents and their children and even their spouse. So definitely, these are some gaps that we can address as well. The next challenge here is in terms of financial literacy. So despite all the efforts by our various distribution channels, whether it's the agents or the banks, they have actually been trying to really educate and talk about insurance more to consumers. But financial literacy still remains low. And we know this because, based on the research that we have, 41% of the customers actually felt that they don't receive sufficient information or education about the products when they are interacting with the bank staff at the point of sale. But surprisingly, if you were to see the next stat here, 78% of the bankers have actually reported that they felt that they are investing a lot of time at the start of the sales process. They feel that they are educating the customers a lot, they are actually doing a lot of needs and fit analysis. Yet, the consumers themselves don't actually see the results of this. And this actually points to the ineffectiveness of the education process, and perhaps bankers just don't have enough tools and resources to really give the right story to the consumers or educate them. Or it may just be a wider systematic issue whereby financial literacy is just low and people don't understand the need for insurance in their lives. Which is why no matter how much you try to educate a consumer on this, the success rate on this is just remaining low. The third gap that we have also identified in the market is in terms of the mismatch in the preference of underwriting. So this statement at the top here, right, simplify underwriting, it is not something that we have also, it's not something that's foreign to us. And a lot of times, we also know that simplified underwriting is preferred, or rather we think that it's preferred, and perhaps we are also partially right. And that's because, as you can just see here, the bankers themselves actually prefer to facilitate a simplified application as well as underwriting process. And that's because when you look at full underwriting, a lot of times this also have a lot of complex terms, a lot of documentation and paperwork, and the bankers may not feel equipped enough to help guide the customers through the process itself. Guarantee issuance offer, on the other hand, is not as preferred, even though, as it says, you're literally giving the application form as a success to the consumers once they apply for it. But there are actually limitations in both simplified as well as guaranteed issuance offer. So in the case of simplified underwriting, we are often limited by the sum assured as well as the protection coverage that we can actually offer to our consumers. On the other hand, for guaranteed issuance offers, while a customer may be accepted, eventually their claims may be declined because of some other pre-existing conditions, and this is something that the bankers do not want their customers to have. But the consumers themselves are actually very flexible in the various underwriting methods. When given the chance to actually do a full health declaration, a lot of them are actually very willing to do so in exchange for premium discount or even higher coverage. So simplified underwriting is not always necessary, and it really depends on the mode of sale, the type of product, as well as how you actually interact with your consumers. But we definitely still want to recognize the challenges that the bankers have, which is a simplified process. We want to also bridge the gap that what the consumers want, which is a better offering, higher product, higher coverage or discount. And we want to bridge this too by still ensuring that we give them a very meaningful offer. So what I've just shared here are the 3 gaps that we have summarized based on our study. And of course, there are still many other things that we have found, but I really hope that you should just brought through those 3 gap areas and challenges, because today we also like to share with you 3 other ways whereby we can see how we can improve the current situation and actually close off this gap. The first is to design products that are of relevance to needs and customers. That's for sure, because that's literally our very first challenge in the market. The second is to simplify product selection as well as the onboarding process using data. And the third is to leverage on behavioral economics to create more real as well as meaningful experience when the customers are interacting at the banks. So creating products that are relevant to the consumer needs and the bank service actually kills 2 birds with 1 stone. You achieve 2 things. The first is a very meaningful proposition for your consumers. And the second is to help your bankers close the deal much more easily. With the breadth and the depth of data that we have at the banks, we can actually create very accurate profiling of the various customer segments and identify what are their needs as well as their gaps. Through these, we can then use those information to design more tailored products for them. For example, families who are expecting children, we identify them through their bank transactions, and we can actually target them with very tailored prenatal or family cover so that they can plan even further in terms of their family planning. Tying in with bank services, this was something I mentioned as well. And this is important because, like I said, bancassurance, the first product was a mortgage-linked insurance product. And that is still something that is relevant today. So what else can we actually offer that we can also leverage on the same concept? So how about boosting the coverage of working adults? Those who are opening bank accounts, constantly crediting their salary through the banks, we can offer them boosters as well as an income protection plan. Those who are paying off their school loans or their school fees, we can offer them savings plan or even a disability income plan to plan for their future. Or how about a preferential offering for your mass affluent customers who are very loyal to the bank? You want to keep them there, but you also want to give them something that is valuable. Tying in all this to the bank services, like I've also shared, really puts them in the right mindset to actually make the decision, and it also helps your bankers to be a lot more comfortable in actually even bringing up the product and bringing up the topic to your consumers to introduce to them. Lastly, it is also to simplify. Simplify does not mean removing the features or the benefits, but instead, we look at how we simplify the presentation of the product to ensure that it is relevant, it is using layman terms that is relatable to your very daily lives. The next item that we can also look into is to see how we can actually simplify the selection as well as the onboarding process using data. So like I've shared earlier, the banks are investing a lot of effort and time into the education process, the product selection, and needs analysis, but the consumers are not feeling it. So we can actually address this area in two ways. The first is to come up with something called the predetermined selection framework. So leveraging on the segmentation that I've mentioned just the slide earlier, we know the gaps and the needs of various profiles of customers. This particular pool of information can also be provided to your bankers so that they have that information and the list of consumers that they know they can target, as well as introduce specific products to them. Within this framework, we can also include a next best offer, such as those who may not be eligible because of underwriting. They can then be offered something that we know for sure that they will get accepted, while they actually still benefit from the coverage. The second area that we can look at is data-driven underwriting. So leveraging on data, such as credit scores or other form of information at the bank, we can actually use this as proxies to a person's health. So for example, someone who actually recently bought a new house, they are also likely to be in a much stronger financial position. They will need to have protection plan, and they are also likely those who are able to be in a very good physical health to think much further into the future, and hence, it shows us that their health status is also in a much better condition compared to others. This is where we can actually target this group of people with a much better offer, or to actually simplify the underwriting so that they don't have to do a full lengthy declaration just to get the product. These two approaches here actually aims to reduce the friction for the bankers to upsell the product. So this means that they know for sure what the customers need. They're actually not burdened by just the needs analysis whereby the consumers felt this is not done well. And they are also more guaranteed of a better acceptance rate in terms of the underwriting process. So this gives them a lot more confidence in also bringing up the product to the customers because they know for sure they will actually be eligible for it. Now, on the same topic of underwriting, what we have today and what is also preferred by the bankers is simplified underwriting. And what I have here are sample questions. I'm sorry, it's a bit small, but there are 3 sample questions that we often see in the market when we talk about simplified underwriting. So I'd like you to take a look at these 3 questions here and ask yourself, How many of you can actually answer these questions confidently and know for sure that I'm not holding back any information? So, at least for myself, when I look at question 2, have you ever had 2 consecutive weeks off due to sickness, injury in the past 12 months? Immediately, I'll be thinking back, oh no, what about that fever that I had a couple months ago? It's a sickness, right? Or I actually sprained my leg just earlier this year. That's also an injury. But if I were to say yes to this, then I'll be declined of a cover. But that's so insignificant. Unfortunately, that's how simplified underwriting actually works. It's either you give all no and risk non-disclosure, which you don't know, or any yes and you immediately get decline of the policy coverage. So how can we make this process, this simplified underwriting process, a lot fairer to come up with a decision at the point of sale? And that's where we can actually leverage on more automation as well as something called reflexive underwriting questions. What this means here is that we look at the current state of underwriting. We actually layer in further clarifications. So going back to question 2, if I were to say yes to any of this, the next level of questions will be asking, what exactly were those symptoms? Were they something one-off? Were they something acute? And based on all this other information that I provide, I will then be accepted or declined accordingly, or even loaded accordingly. What this does, it really balances the expectation of both the bankers as well as the consumers. Consumers who are more willing to give information, their needs are met, and they can actually get coverage or even a higher level of coverage. Bankers are now supported with the guidance that they may not have and may not be able to give their consumers when they're actually facilitating a simplified or even a full underwriting. And the last thing I'd like to share here today is how we use behavioral economics to create more real and meaningful experiences. So buying insurance often comes out with very good intentions. Even as someone selling it, you also have good intentions, but these may be understood wrongly, mainly because there's always uncertainty. Buying insurance is complex, and sometimes there's just really a lack of trust on whether you're working in my interest or not. Or maybe there's just too many options. So for example, someone who's, again, planning for a family, I want to actually protect my family members. I have very good intentions on that, but I'm not actually willing to act on it because I don't know whether the product that you're recommending me is good or not. And that's where we use behavioral economics to look at the real driver to buy the product in the first place. We can look at how we actually smoothen the entire purchase process and ensure that and reassure you that you're actually making the right decision so that you actually go through with the purchase intention. Okay, so bancassurance 2.0. I think as you can see by now, I'm actually coming to the end of my presentation. It is not something that is going to be revolutionary. We're not trying to change the entire industry. And that makes sense because bancassurance is a model that works. It has been working so far. It has worked in other markets. But how is it that we can move on from here to make it even better? That includes designing more tailored and relevant products. How we simplify the product selection and onboarding process at an environment that is already very complex, such as the banks. And how can we ensure that customers will always have that meaningful experience and are not pressured to buy or do anything that they feel uncomfortable about. And that's what we want to do, to partner for growth with your consumers, your bank partners, as well as the insurers. So with that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Alicia, for your interesting speech. Should you have any concerns related to this speech, kindly send it to the organizer and we will send it to our expert afterward. Once again, we would like to thank you, Ms. Alicia, a representative of Swiss Re, for sharing with us today. May we invite you to remain on the stage, and we would like to welcome Ms. Đào Hồng Hạnh, Chief Risk Officer of Prudential Vietnam, representative of organizer, to give appreciation flower to our guest speaker.
Please give a big round of applause. Give a big thank to Ms. Alicia for your great information today. Thank you. We also would like to thank Ms. Da Hong Han. Now, ladies and gentlemen, ESG stands for environmental, E, social, S, and governance, G. It is a set of standards used to measure the sustainability of and social impact of the company's business activities. And today, several major global economies are promoting ESG criteria to enhance environmental quality and social equilibrium. Non-financial factors like ESG have a significant financial implication, as investing in ESG principle means the business is committed to sustainable development. To meet the objective of growth and market expansion, companies will need to adapt to this trend. That's also our discussion topic, unlocking sustainable growth, ESG application in life insurance.
And please welcome our panelists to the stage. Mr. Trần Thanh Phong, Chief Marketing Officer from Prudential Vietnam Assurance. Please welcome Ms. Elena Quick, Head of Business Development, Southeast Asia of RGA International Reinsurance. And please welcome Dr. Dirk Nieder, Regional Director of Gen Re. And welcome Mr. Evan Lee, Head of Pricing Life and Health, Re Southeast Asia and India of Swiss Re. Please welcome our panelists to the stage. And now, the stage is yours.
Thank you. And now we would like to leave the microphone to Mr. Phong, your host today.
Good morning, everyone. I think for the past few years, we probably heard about ESG a lot, and it becomes a buzzword for like in the discussion of at strategic level and also at group level. Unfortunately, up until today, I think ESG is still a buzzword. It is not a lot of actions that's following up with that. Now, I would like to refer to one of a very good report that I got from PwC called "From Ambition to Impact" about ESG readiness for Vietnam. So far, Vietnamese government has laid a very good governance foundation for ESG for businesses to develop. In terms of social, we have a consumer protection law in this year, decree on personal data protection, law on banking and finance institution, and labor code in 2019. For environment, we have a power development plan, PDP 8, national strategy on climate change to 2050, environmental protection law and guidelines. And on governance aspect, we have a steering committee on COP26 commitment, the MOF guidelines on disclosure of information on security market, including ESG related. Law on investment, disallowed extension of an investment project, still using obsolete technology. So we can't say that we don't have enough framework on the government side for ESG to, for business to start deploy the ESG into our operation. However, interesting enough that majority of company does not have sufficient action on it. For instance, only 24% have a clear governing structure. 71% lack understanding of data required for reporting, and 70% have none or very limited external reporting on ESG. Now, for the very first question, I would like to ask Elena, are you surprised by the data? And have you come across enough ESG topic or discussion during the in-business meeting and with insurance?
Thank you, Phong. Yes, I think you are right. There are efforts done in ESG space, but is there enough, right? Although, yes, some companies may have a framework and a clear 3 pillars, and the actions against 3 pillars. Typically, we ask ourselves, why are some ESG more at front and some not so much? Could be because who are you accountable for? Or why are you doing it for, right? Is it the customers, the end consumers, the investors that you're accountable for as well if you're listed, and so on and so forth. But I think as business, contributing to the community, we have a big role to play and a big responsibility to take it forward. It's not just a theme that comes and go. I mean, it started with green, go green several decades ago, those who belong to the same era as me. And then it became more green, and then pollution, and now ESG, which is a more holistic view of being sustainable for a future. So maybe if we look at the business development itself and in Vietnam, I think starting with here, actually many years ago, at RGA we also started ESG, or more of infusing the social pillar into a product. And that was in 2019. It was an inclusive product, and I'll be very happy to say that we supported and built that framework for Vietnam. It's first at that time, 2019. It was a diabetic product for customers who are already diabetic patients. And it is inclusive and promoting for them to get protection. So without the way we underwrite and onboard them and price it reasonably, such that it's still attractive for them to take it on as protection, they would not be able to buy a critical illness product and coverage. Yeah. So for such customers, we learned that they are very aware of the protection gap they have. However, they know they cannot buy. So that is immediately a gap they foresee, but they're underserved. Yeah. So bring it forward from 2019 to today. By the way, that product was called Sweet Care. So I thank AIA for working with us then. And more recently in ESG elements as well, of supporting the family social structure, we have infused a first-in-market family floater benefit in a Sun Life medical reimbursement product. So again, that provides the family to have and share in the limits of a product. It's a bit of a family pooling concept. So the market has put in place a couple of initiatives addressing the social aspect, but I think a lot more can be done rather than systemically one or two products here and there. One element that I still would call out that I feel is largely underserved is the aging segment. Yeah, so the seniors, as we know, aging population itself can have a very strong strain on our economy, on the family social structures. I think as Asians, we hold the family very true to our heart. They are very important and key priority. If any of our loved ones are not well or need more support, immediately the family will feel it. So the silver segment is definitely something that is urgent, I feel, is an issue that we should be looking into and helping to support more. And allow me to share a bit more of insights why silver segment. Vietnam, as we looked into it, World Bank, is the fastest aging society, taking only 20 years to turn from an aging population to an aged. And that was from 2015, it entered into aging, and 2035 as aged. Yeah. So it measures by the percentage of population that are above age 65. So once you go into more than 7%, you're in the aging. I think you go more than 15%, you're in the aged. And how does that compare? Why is it called fastest? Because it compares with Japan. We looked at it. Japan, we know that Japan have a lot of aging population, right? However, it's even faster because Japan takes 25 years to go from aging to aged, but Vietnam is at 20. And the US is 69 years, and the one that's very long is France, 115 years to get into aged. So just some statistics to call out why is this silver segment, something that we may want to start looking and planning for it. Also at RGA, we were interested. So in our client seminar this year in Vietnam, we did a poll. And we asked our participants, which is you guys, right? And asked, who would you rank as in order of importance from your family? So we had the children, the family, the spouse, of course. But what ranked high, of course, is the children. But almost as equally high is the parents. And then lastly, to our surprise, is the spouse. So we're thinking, why is spouse not important? But we realized that they said the feedback was because spouse, they are independent, rather independent, mostly they may already have protection. So very aware, again, the parents are the ones that are not covered, right? So just one number to call out how massive this opportunity is 17 million. To summarize that, 17 million is the number of additional seniors Vietnam will have by 2050. So that's a huge opportunity if you are looking at what your business plans will go into. So I urge the actuaries, the regulators, who can influence the social pillar and in supporting protection for the silver seniors and infuse into the business plans. And this will definitely go into supporting government's plan to increase life insurance penetration from 11% to 15% by 2025 and 18% by 2020. So we definitely look forward to that. I think there's a lot more we can do as an industry together.
Thanks, Elena. By the way, can I have another mic up here, please? So you just mentioned a very interesting target from government saying that by 2025 we need to at least penetrate 15% and 18% by 2030. And it took us 20 years to get up to 11%. So on average, 2 years per one extra percentage of penetration. So the next question I would like to ask to Dirk is, so since we still have a large uninsured population, how do we prioritize and what group of customers should we put first?
That's definitely a very good question. I mean, it depends on what is important to you to focus. So when we look at the healthy life, actually there is a large group of uninsured people who have not yet purchased insurance for several reasons. And when we look at the characteristics of these people, we see that they are typically coming from a lower income group, that they have less education, and they are struggling actually with this onboarding process where you have to answer 10 questions which even an educated person typically doesn't understand. So if we want to do something for this group, I think we actually really have to look also at tax incentives. We may have to look at government incentives to help them to purchase the products. And something which is very important is education. So we really have to explain to these people that looking for coverage now is highly important for them for the future. And actually that's also something which I currently find very interesting about this conference, because these themes which we just mentioned actually have been there in the previous presentations as well, not under the heading ESG, but when you listened to this, actually the same elements in the end came up. And therefore for me, when we are talking about the healthy, uninsured group of people, the onboarding process is one of the key issues which we have to address. Because if you go to a person who is already struggling to pay for the premium, and you have to explain him actually how difficult it is to purchase this policy, it's not going to happen. So we actually have to find here good solutions to make it possible. So this is a large group which you have, but then on the other hand, you actually have a smaller group of people with disabilities. And not only about the people with diabetics. Actually, diabetics are very often mentioned, and we have seen solutions for diabetics in many markets, whether it's Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, South Africa. It's the first group people think of, but there are many other people with mental health. They're equally important, and here we really have to see. They're actually highly aware that there is actually a need, because they need the cover, but often they cannot purchase this. So here we actually have the challenge, how can we design the products? And how can we design the underwriting processes in a way to actually make it a sale? And some unfortunate news or experience is that these products are hardly sold, or hardly purchased, I think we should better say, for various reasons. And I think we still have the challenge as actuaries also and as insurance companies to make it better accessible for people out there with these disabilities. So I think I don't want to prioritize what is in the end better. It also, we have many insurance companies operating in this market, and I think every company in the end has to see where is their specific focus, and I think that's also what makes our society good. Everybody is good or better in a certain field and can contribute better to a certain development.
Thanks, Dirk. Yes, Ivan?
So I think, okay. Maybe I can also supplement on this part is how we are able to do it in a better way by sharing some of the example of other countries are doing. I think to support them, to increase the penetration, I agree with Craig that the lower income groups will be someone we need to focus, but there's always a difficulty to reach those people. One is their affordability, and second is how you are able to reach them or to make them to understand the importance of insurance. So in this point, the government will have a very important role to play. Just to share with you two examples, for example, in Malaysia, the government are doing a scheme with private insurer to provide a critical illness and hospital cash cover, a very small cover for the people, the income group below the 40% of the population, something like. So it covers quite a huge population, and it's also free for the consumer. And the role of the insurance company there is they will help to manage the claims and also to monitor the experience. So that's how the government and the private insurer can work together. And also another example is in Singapore. So I think previously they also mentioned that Singapore actually they got this called DPS, a Dependent Protection Scheme. It's a very low-cost insurance that promoted by the government. The government tried to bargain with the direct company to have a tender so that they can offer a very cheap rate, cut through all the distribution costs, and then to offer a very basic mortality cover to all the citizens. So that scheme, actually Singapore is around 5 to 7 million of people, but that scheme also covers 80-90% of their population. So you can see the importance of the government playing this role in here.
I would like to zoom in a little bit on the silver group. If like majority of us here probably like heard enough on media that Vietnam is a very fast aging population. We currently still okay in sort of like the golden population pyramid. However, probably in the next 15 years we will become a very, very, we old before we get rich. That's the title. Now that's the interest that we've been doing a lot of awareness, campaign from Prudential side. But I would like to ask you, from your expertise area, what is the challenge in order to provide protection for that kind of group, and how the actuary society here need to be prepped in terms of preparing for that trend in the future?
Give that a go. I think similar to what Nam was asking today, right? How can we get there? Yeah. So I think key thing is, with all the brain power we have here, really, the actuaries and senior management and regulators, I would say start from the basis of affordability, because we know this segment, if you are not just diabetes, or 4 highs, right? Your chronic conditions, high blood pressure, blood sugar, weight, high BMI, etc. So with all of that in mind, affordability has to make sense to a customer, right? Because if you do something that cannot sell, then it's not going to benefit anyone, right? So affordability and underwriting. So I think those 2 key factors are very key, really key in balancing it, right? So underwriting, you need to make it an ease of onboarding. So you need to have the risk mitigation or the questions that perhaps can address and target for the conditions that we know the end customer needs. And the affordability has to work for both, not just customer, but the distributors. Because if the distributors, like my colleague shared, right, the journey, oh no, Mr. Customer, you got health conditions, I'm not going to cover you, it's too much of a hassle, right? And then he's just going to push another savings product. So affordability and underwriting, the onboarding process is crucial to make it successful. So I think just start thinking from there and then pushing the boundaries and having the risk appetite to do so. Is it from one company, or is it a wider, societal approach? That's something to be considered as well.
If I may build on this, we are, for the silver products, we are struggling with one big problem. When people are young, they don't purchase it. When they are old, many don't qualify. So I think what we need to help people to understand is that they need to purchase this product when they are young. So then actually the underwriting process, it can actually be very easy. I mean, in Korea, there are a lot of dementia products which actually have been sold with very little underwriting. Korea actually has also found solutions to make it attractive also at an older age. So I think we really have to find solutions to make it possible to understand and to purchase this product at younger ages. Because when you wait too long, it will be too late, or it may be too late.
So, question to Ivan. Now, with that trend, is inevitable, and also a lot of things is happening in the environment in terms of the activity and the pollution and things. How does that change the pricing strategy, and what kind of impact that we should prepare for?
Wow, that's a $1 million questions. Asking how are we able to project the future rates, right? So before I start the details, I just quote one comment from WHO. So WHO has commented that overall, the climate change is projected to have a substantial adverse impact on mortality, despite the action that we may take in the future. So it means in the past, if actuarial trainings, we always use the historical experience to project our future. But actually, there are some elements may be changing fundamentally that are affecting our forecast. There's a few key trends I can highlight here, and we can also discuss as well. Talking about climate change, there's a 3 key trends we can look at. The first is the heat stress. So climate change, we're talking about it's more like you can also talk about the global warming, that the earth is getting heated, and how it will affect our mortality in a several way. For example, the old people, if they don't have a proper cooling at home, it can also easily to trigger higher cardiovascular risk. So it can increase the mortality. And also global warming will also create a more frequent pandemic event like flooding or tsunami, which can cause catastrophic losses. So that's the key trend 1. The second key trend is global climate change will also increase the chance of the infection disease, because the carrier of those infection diseases are more likely to live or to spread to other area where it was used to not in that area. Actually, maybe COVID is not due to this kind of global warming, but it is exactly showing how an infection disease can impact our life. So that's the second area. The third area is the air pollutions. So the climate change will also increase the chance of wildfire or other, or also the industrialization also have a more emission of the air pollutants, which have direct impact of several diseases. For example, the lung disease or other respiratory disease. So all this is slowly changing. So it's a question for us right now that if we are observing in the past, we always seeing mortality improvement, which is due to medical advancement of the breakthrough of different medicines and also improved lifestyle. But going forward, this may be continuous, but at the same time, we are also facing the challenge of climate change. There's a question for us right now that our rates are sustainable for the futures. So it's a very important question for all the actuary here.
So with all of those achievement or KPI that we wanted to achieve, and the trend of environmental changes and also aging population, what other changes we need to be aware of or prepare in terms of governance in order to meet those demands?
Maybe I can try
Yes,
this
please.
one. So I think ESG is a very holistic topic. We're talking about, pricing may be one part of it. The social responsibility is another part, how we can serve the underserved market. And more importantly, as a corporate, we may need to have a more clear strategy, what we want to achieve at the end of the day. So it covered our investment strategies, and it may also cover our corporate strategy, like how internally we can reduce the carbon production. So kind of different things. So you can also see what the other country they are doing. So it starts from the government side. So the government will have a different framework to try to encourage this ESG, and then we'll go to the corporate side and how they can also incorporate those framework. So it starts from the very senior people, the board of directors need to be aware of this, and then pass to the middle management, how they can execute it, and then to our working level, how we are able to reinforce all the measures that we are talking. So as maybe as an actuary, it looks a bit far from an angle, but in fact, it will affect our day-to-day work as well. For example, the risk management framework, how are we able to ensure our compliance of those guidelines from the government? That's the important part. And also, as I said, the pricing part of the future, how we are able to adjust the climate change impact. That can be another angle of looking into it. And also that you can see that lots of government, they are also promoting those, on top of the government, they are also talking about the scenario testing or stress testing. How are we able to ensure we have enough capital to cater those unfortunate event or pandemic event? So those are the work that we are going to see more and more coming to place in the market if the government are very keen on this topic.
You actually touch on a very interesting aspect of ESG. When we are looking at ESG, I think most people have a good understanding what is E, environment. So reduction of carbon emission and everything. When you're talking about S, social, everybody has a good understanding. Yeah, social, we know what it is. When we're talking about G, governance, many people draw a blank. And I have understanding for this because, I mean, it is a different concept and possibly most challenging to follow through. So in our company, actually, governance goes very much with code of conduct. So we have a very detailed code of conduct which stipulates what actually the company expects from us as employees. And in the end, well, our work as employees in the end also contributes to the work which we are doing and which we ultimately also deliver to our clients.
I think definitely the governance needs to come in. It's all a part of a framework. Otherwise, you'll just be setting aims and goals, but not really acting on it, right? So governance is important to ensure that the cycle is complete. And then to have actually the ethics board, to actually have the steering committees for the different pillars to actually see those through. Yeah, and putting that as part of either your company scorecard, your KPIs down to the employees themselves. For example, social, within our corporate companies, DEI. How do you implement that? How do you compensate individuals for that as well, right? So it needs to really flow through and go down to everyone so that it can be an effective ESG strategy. Yeah.
Thank you. So in order for ESG is no longer a buzzword, but actually be put in practice, what advice or recommendation from each of you to the Actuary Society here so that we can start, for next year, we will proudly have some achievement to share instead of just talking about the buzzword.
Okay, I'll go. I mean, we ourselves as life insurers, even when I started looking at this topic, I said, well, I feel like we're in the back burner of it. We're only certain pillars. But when we think further, and we think of how large life insurers are, and how large of the amount of, capital reserves that we hold, and that we invest on behalf of our shareholders and policyholders and customers, we actually have a strong mandate and a strong opportunity to send the message through our investments, through our actions. Because actually we are not on the back burner. We're at the front line of it. It's what we do with our plans and what we do with the monies that we actually are safeguarding on behalf of policyholders and shareholders. Yeah, so I think there's a lot more that can be done. I just want to share a bit more, other than thinking of just social, of certain things that we have seen in the market, sharing beyond Vietnam. Let's say in Singapore, we've got Great Eastern Life that came up with a product. It's just a green product. It's a single premium endowment, but it says that the investments is in green investments. Yeah, and then we've got Hong Kong, Phu Thong Life, where if a customer buy a policy, the company grows a plant. So grow a plan for buying a policy. So the company commits itself to do that. Yeah. So things are, there are a lot of inspirations around, very neighboring countries. No need to look too far. That are feasible. Is whether do we put it in our plans and do we think enough of it, in our execution, of our business planning. Yeah.
Actuaries are trained to analyze problems and to project future cash flows into the future, to look at the solvency of companies, to do risk management. I'm convinced we are doing this very good and very well. But we are also actually trained to come up with solutions, to look for solutions and to address problems. And I would actually challenge ourselves a little bit. I mean, I earlier heard this question, what about universal health insurance? I mean, when we are actually selling a health insurance policy, there is a certain group of people who don't pass the underwriting process. Now, we can actually argue, okay, that's a small group of people, but actually they are not so small and they are also important for the society. And this small group of people also can make a lot of noise, which actually can have a negative impact for the insurance industry overall. So, just an idea. So what if we challenge actually ourselves and we try actually to find a solution to make actually also for people who have to be declined in such an underwriting process to find a solution. So this could, for example, be an approach to say, okay, we actually have a basic health insurance policy. So then actually, yes, everybody knows that if I sell a health insurance policy and I insure people who are very sick, I will make a loss. So therefore, having the policy itself will not be the solution. So, but then we can put a pooling process on top, where actually the certain negative experiences will be pooled among all the life insurance companies. So I think we have to make it bigger, not only talk about in the context of our own insurance company, but for the industry. How can the industry find a solution? And I believe that actually actuaries are well suited to make corresponding solutions and to come up with proposals. Yes, we certainly will also eventually need the support of the regulator and the government. I think the initiative can come from our side.
Yeah, I also similar along that line that we are insurance company and also reinsurance company. Actually, we are big cooperation. So actually, we should have our social responsibility here. So of course, we need to answer to our shareholder policy that deliver profit, deliver new value, in-force value are important of our KPI. But at the same time, don't forget, we are also part of the society. When we take, hopefully we can also give back something. So just take the example of the Malaysian case I mentioned. Actually, that direct company, the government are helping to do the promotion or to do the scheme, but actually the funding money are from that direct company. It's showing that they are willing to sacrifice some of their margins for the good of the society. So it can be also a way that as an actuary, I think we have a much value added here that we can, if we are allowed to have several buffer of several money to design a product for those people, they are not able to afford the insurance, or those have other issues not be able to buy the insurance. Then we can see what is the best use of that money. On one hand, we can find the solutions of it. On the other hand, we can also do a bit more calculation, how to mitigate the risk, so it can help to optimize the money that we may have. So it's also a very important, we can think about our social responsibility.
Thank you, panelists. I think we covered all three aspects of ESG just now. So now the floor is open for the audience. Who wants to have questions to any of us here? Can please raise. Or if you are too shy, then you can just send it by notes and then we can respond it later. I guess that's about it. Thank you very much, Elena, Dirk, and Ivan, for sharing your valuable insight and experience so that we know hopefully that this time next year, when we get together, we have some tangible evidence on ESG development to share among the actuary society here. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Mr. Trần Thanh Phong, for your great host today. And we also would like to thank our panel. We are so grateful to learn the expert, insightful perspective and practical sharing. Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause for the great information today. Thank you. So our beloved attendees, our morning sections has come to a close, and we will resume our afternoon agenda at 1:30. Would like to repeat 1:30 p.m. And we kindly ask for your presence before 1:30 p.m. to take your seat. Once again, we appreciate your punctuality to ensure the event's smooth flow. Thank you. And now please enjoy your lunch, and we will see you at 1:30 p.m. in this ballroom. Thank you. Members of Prudential Vietnam for such a delightful performance that added a vibrancy to our conference atmosphere this afternoon.
And those was early Christmas gift from Prudential Vietnam to celebrate the approaching festive Christmas spirit and wishing exhibitors a peaceful Christmas filled with joy alongside our dearest ones. And please enjoy our gifts.
All right, so now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for our session this afternoon? Opening our afternoon agenda is a very special guest. This woman is a world champion trail runner called the Trail Queen of Vietnam and having outstanding achievements in local and global trail and ultra trail races, some of which include in September of 2022, she is overall winner Vietnam Mountain Marathon 100 kilometer category. And in the December of 2022, female winner UTMB Doi Intanon 50 kilometer category in Thailand, and female winner Asia Trail Master Championship 75 kilometer category in Philippines. And in April of 2023, female winner Xterra Asia Pacific Championship 35 kilometer category in Taiwan. And in May 2023, female winner UTMB Australia 50 kilometer category. And in September of this year, fourth position UTMB CCC in Chamonix, France.
Can you guess the names of who is she? Who is she? Can you guess? Then let's all look at the stage and watch the video and gain a better understanding of our special guest, professional athlete Ha Thị Hậu.
Please watch the video.
Không thành công nào là dễ dàng, mọi thứ đều được đổi bằng mồ hôi, nước mắt. Đôi khi còn cả máu trên con đường đầy sỏi đá. Nhưng tôi tin, nếu kiên trì và cố gắng, sẽ thành công. Sẽ ít ai nghĩ rằng một cô gái nhỏ bé bị mất việc vì dịch Covid như tôi lại có thể mạnh mẽ đứng dậy, tự mở ra con đường mới cho cuộc đời của mình. Mọi sự cố gắng đều có thành quả. Tôi đã làm được, chắc chắn rằng bạn cũng sẽ làm được. Tôi là Hà Thị Hậu.
About 30 years ago, in the north of Vietnam, in the village of Van Son, a runner was born.
Kim, always run. I'm tired, I want to rest.
I know, Hawaii, but to be one of the best trail runners of the world, there are no shortcuts, only hard work and discipline.
Hello, my name Hà Thị Hậu. I'm professional trail runner from Vietnam. This is Kim. He is my head coach.
Thank you, Ho. There are many trail runners in this room. Can you raise your hand? Okay, I see one. Okay. Maybe that many of you doesn't know what is trail running. Trail running means running through the mountains. Okay, this little girl here, Ho, she runs through the mountains. There are different distance, 15, 50, 75, 100, 160 kilometers, which is 100 miles. There are many different distances in the trail running scene. But Ho, as many Vietnamese, didn't start running. She started going by bicycle. When she was a kid, she used to go to school by bicycle, as many of Vietnamese do. But it was not until she was 16 or 17 that she discovered running. And she discovered it at the high school when she joined a competition and she fell in love. So then she decided to study to be a sports teacher. And she did exams, but she didn't pass. How did that happen?
There are one meter 55, but me only 1 meter 53. Then I don't go to university. I just go to Sapa to find a job.
So she was left with no opportunities to go to university, moved to Sapa, start working, a little bit like she runs. Crazy. So she started doing many jobs here and there in different positions in Sapa, different jobs, different opportunities. And life goes on, and she got married. But sadly, a year after, she got a baby, and she got divorced. And she was left as a single mom, alone in Sapa.
It was very hard for me to be single mom because in Vietnam people don't understand the single mom, and I'm busy. I have a hard work and I get fat, very fat. Yeah. And I think running will help me lose the weight right now.
So after 2 months of running to lose weight, she saw the BMM, which is the Vietnam Mountain Marathon, one of the most famous trail marathon in Vietnam that happens in Sapa Square. She used to work at the tourist office. She saw that race every year. So 2 months after she started running, she decided to join the 21-kilometer trail running race in BMM.
From beginning, I run crazy fast. First time I run in 21K and run crazy to the finish line, and I win. Overall, that means men and women. Then people think I'm cheating because I'm from Sapa and I know the road very well.
But so Ho showed the GPS file. They see that she was not cheating, so everybody was very impressed, although even her friends were very impressed.
My friend told me I should run some race in Vietnam.
So she decided to jump from 21 to 70 kilometers, the second race. So next race was in Mok Chau, the BTM, and she joined that race on a very, very hot day.
First time I run 75, I'm so excited to that. I run crazy, uphill, downhill, flat, and until 55K, I get cramp in my leg. I cannot move. I just working to the finish line and still win.
So that was very impressive performance because she win, she get the victory, first female. It happens all what happens. It was a very hot day. She still win by a very long lead on that race. So that caught my attention. I'm one of the founders of Mute Sports, a garments company in Vietnam. And I saw her performance and I thought, wow, if she managed to do that in that weather, in those conditions, one of the hottest days ever in Mok Chau for that race, that girl definitely got something. So I contact her and I say, look, I saw your performance, you're very good, would you like some sponsorship?
And I tell him I will answer him in few days because I didn't know what is sponsorship, what is milk company. Everything Kim told me very new for me.
So thanks God, a week later, she answered yes, and we start working. So we sent her some clothing, some garments for her to try. But very soon, I realized that it's not just that she didn't know what it was sponsorship or what it was my brand. It was that she barely knew anything about running or trail running. She had no idea who were the famous runners, the famous races, what is a workout, what is a Strava or a Strava segment, what is a heart rate monitor. She barely has any idea, and we start working together to bit by bit explaining her what was running. So next race we joined, it was the Dalat Ultra Race, second 70-kilometer race in Dalat.
That race very easy to me, but I get injury from 20K in my knee. But I keep running easy to finish and still win.
So first of all, as I said before, first race 21, second race 70, third race 70. This is like in the movies or in the TV ads. Yeah, don't try this at home. This is not the way to chase trail running. But so she got 2 injuries in 2 races because she was also doing some road running racing at that moment. And we take some time, it was also COVID times, we took some time to cure the injuries, and then we start fighting. We start fighting because she wanted to race the next race 160 kilometers. So 21, 70, 70, and 160. And I say no. Next race should be 100. And then we start 160, 100, 160, 100. I finally convinced her, and the next race, it was BMM, again, the race in Sapa, this time, for the first time, 100 kilometers.
I'm so excited for first time I run in Sapa. But that race started at night.
And you know, it's first time she's running 100, big participants, big names, and after 10 kilometers, she called me. I say, Kim, I have a problem. I say, what happened? I say, I have a problem, I have a problem. I say, well, I see you on the tracking and you're okay. I say, I have a problem. I'm running with the first men. I say, yeah, I know, I can see it. I say, I have a problem. These men run very slow. And I say, yeah, but don't worry. I say, can I pass them? I say, no, keep there. They are professionals. They know what they are doing. This is a very long race. You're only on 10 kilometers. Take it easy. Keep going.
I listen to Kim and I keep running until 40K. I feel so sleepy and tired. So I let the first man run first until CP4. I stopped to eat watermelon. And that man, are you here? Yeah. I say, yes, but let's go first. I need to eat watermelon. So you go first. And that man go first. And after I eat watermelon, I keep running to the CP5. And I meet Kim. Kim told me, oh, that first man not so far from you. I say, interesting. Then I eat some nutrition and I keep running until CP6. I see him in front of me. Then I put hard to leave him. He not happy, yeah? Of course he not happy. Then I pushing until the last climb and I called him.
So we're on the race, few hours. I don't remember how many at the end, but and again she get a phone call, and she called me in the middle of the race. Say, Kim, I just passed the first man, but he's not happy. He look angry at me. Why do? I wait for him because he looks angry. I say, what are you talking about? Just keep running. Just keep running.
And I listen to him. I pushing downhill crazy. Sometimes I scare myself because I downhill crazy. And I storm to the finish line. And I win overall again. That means men and women.
So people were in shock, obviously. Overall win again, 100 kilometers. And then a journalist asked her, it's like, okay, this is your first 100-kilometer race. Will you do it again? And she answered,
Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow.
So I don't know how many of you, well, not many, but have done ever a 100-kilometer trail running race, but it's hell, yeah. And to ever consider to do it, I would say in a month, that would be weird, but to even consider to do it on the same day or tomorrow, that was crazy. It leave us all in shock. So we were like, okay, we got something serious here in hands. So I contact one of the best trail-specific running coaches in the world, a professional nutritionist, a professional strength coach. We set up a group called Push and Smile Coaching, and we start working to get Ho into a higher level. So then we go to her first international race, UTMB Doi Inthanon in Thailand.
First time I run outside Vietnam, I'm so excited to that. From beginning, I get shocked because there the runner runs super fast. Like from beginning, uphill, downhill, and flat. I control my race very well too. I always in the top one. Until 42K, I get cramp in my leg. Nobody can imagine that cramp. My muscle run out of my leg. My skin touch my bone, and I cannot run. I cannot stand. I just sit and cry until the first man pat me, second man pat me. I say, enough. That enough. I need to stand up to climb to the top of mountain. Then I try to climb to the top mountain, and I downhill crazy. I pushing to the finish line, and I win.
So another victory, but no time to celebrate because we had to get a plane, fly to the Philippines, to Davao, to join the finals of the Asia Trail Master Championship in Davao in Mount Apo, which is a race 70 kilometers that starts on the beach, go to the top of volcano, and go down again.
That race really hard for me. My leg doesn't work, my body doesn't work. I cannot eat anything from beginning, but I keep pushing. The first girl, she's super good, but I keep pushing until I arrive to the top of mountain. I see the valley and I feel fresh. After that, I downhill crazy to the finish line and still win again.
She was not very happy, obviously. 2 races, 50 and 70 in 1 week, which actually not recommended. Yeah. But we had to do it at that time. It put her on a spot, at least in Southeast Asia. Everybody started knowing her. And then we start planning the 2023 season to go into international stages. So we start preparing here. We keep training. We get the team already. Start working on nutrition, strength, proper work plans. Next race, we did Dalat again. She's still unbeaten to date in Vietnam. We went to Taiwan for the Asia Pacific Championships and to Australia, where we start encountering a lot of problems with the visas. It's not easy to travel for Vietnamese people, less for Vietnamese people with minimum resources, economic resources, although she's a professional trail runner. So we struggle to get the visas. We get into Australia last minute, but managed to go there. We actually get the visa, I think, 1 hour before the plane, correct?
Yes.
But we get into Sydney, we race there, we get another victory, and there we came back to Vietnam ready to join the next chapter. There is one goal for most of, or a main goal for many of trail runners, which is UTMB. UTMB is the main race in France, in the Mont Blanc. It turns to be nowadays like the World Championships of trail running. So again, start working with the visas. Difficult, so difficult that we didn't get the visa until 1 week she flew to Spain. Everything was ready, everything was booked, but we didn't know if she would be able to come. But finally, she arrived in Spain. We're ready to go to Zierzinal, race by the Golden Trail Series of Salomon in Switzerland, 32 kilometers?
First time I be in Switzerland, it's beautiful mountain. The mountain very big, the bigger in Vietnam, and we have been in the one village full of elite runner. They are professional, but the organized very nice. I have a met one the Kilian Zolet. He's super famous in the trail running, and the organized very nice. They are perfect everything. The lunch, dinner, and breakfast. They invite elite runner go to the top of mountain, have a lunch in there with the cable car. The race very nice.
For us, it was like a little bit like, I don't know, like being in Wimbledon or in Roland Garros or the Augusta Masters or like a big event. It was the first time we were in such a stage. Runners were amazing just by the look. Organization was fantastic. The teams looked so professional, and we were a bit like skeptic of the performance also because we were not trained for that distance. We were training for 100 kilometers later that month. But anyway, the race, it was very fast. 10 kilometers uphill, 10 flat, and 10 downhill.
Yeah, and I get cramp. From beginning, I just get cramp. Never in my life get cramp downhill. But I don't DNF. I keep running to the finish. And I finished the number 26. And first time, I not win.
So we were a bit not shocked because it wasn't the right distance and we know we were in a big stage, but as she say, obviously she always win, and that day finished 26. But it was a very good lesson for us. It get us actually ready for our big race, which is UTMB CCC 100 kilometers at the end of August, and it give us the peace, I would say, to face that second race. So we went back to Spain. We went to the Pyrenees, north of Spain, to train a couple of weeks, being ready for the big trip to Mont Blanc, to Chamonix for the CCC UTMB.
First time I be in VIP car, the motorhome car, but VIP. Inside have everything like the house.
So yeah, VIP, I'm not sure, but we rent one. It was a big motorhome. It was the first time, actually, that I even rent one. So we traveled with my kids, with Ho, with another female runner of our team, and we head to Chamonix. But we arrived there, and everything was very confusing. They were saying that some roads will be closed, that you could not park here, you could not park there. It was the first time, so we didn't know much, and we ended up camping, putting the motorhome in a camping and taking public bus to go every day to Chamonix to visit. But that, then it makes that we didn't see the course, we didn't practice. That race is 100 kilometers again with 6,000 meters of elevation. This is a lot of elevation. So anyway, we did our best and we were ready for the race day.
I wake up very early in the morning to take the bus, go to start. When they arrive, nobody there. And when the race starts, I stand in front of many runners, the elite runner in the world. But from beginning, I control my speed very good. I run very well. I didn't know I'm in the top one until I see
Helicopter.
Helicopter and the TV. That I know I'm in top one. I didn't know. Then
so that race, it's broadcasted in YouTube live over, I don't know, well, I guess all the countries in the world. And people are texting. So they are texting me saying, oh, did you see Ho is going first? I say, I'm sure I see it because I'm here looking for her. But people were getting crazy. Even the commentators on the screen, they didn't know who was she, how it was that possible, where she was from, but they were saying, okay, it's only 20 kilometers on the race. Let's see what happens.
I keep running until 25K. The second girl, she passed me. But it's okay. I think at beginning no problem. Until 42K, the third girl, she pat me because I stopped to eat orange. But I need to eat. I show her pat me, but I let her run first. Until CP5, I see him. I was so tired.
When Hao mentioned CP5, CP is checkpoint. Checkpoints are like water stations. Yeah, in these ultra races, you have different checkpoints where you can get some water or some nutrition. Some of them also you can get assistance. So when checkpoint 5, she get assistance, I was there, and calm her down, change her shoes, change her socks, ask her to eat more, to eat properly, to relax. She was doing very well. She was running fourth in the biggest race in the world for the first time without knowing the course. That was amazing, and she kept going.
Yeah, my body very hurt, my leg hurt, my feet hurt, but I keep running to the CP6. I meet him again.
So she was really tired. She was, I wouldn't say pissed off, but she was like, I can't run anymore. I'm so tired. I give her more gels, and I say, okay, keep going. You're doing great. Still fourth. Keep going, keep going, keep going. But I left the checkpoint, going back to Chamonix, to the finish line, to wait for her. And after a few kilometers, I saw her on the road walking. So I go to her, next to her, and I say, what happened? What are you doing? She said, I'm very tired. My legs don't run. I say, but, keep pushing. All Vietnam is following you. They are texting me crazy. All your coaches are encouraging you. Your son is sending energy to you. We are all there. Just keep pushing. At least try to do top 10, which will be an amazing result. But at least keep pushing a smile. Keep going, keep going.
But I don't worry about him say because my body cannot run anymore. I'm so tired. I get hurt everywhere. I have a run out battery. No energy to run. Then the fit girl, she arrived in the last climb. I try to run with her in last climb until the last checkpoint. She stopped to eat. That time downhill crazy to the finish line, and I leave her. I run crazy, like the rope fell from the mountain. Nobody can imagine of that. So after that, I downhill in the some point. I met the Valentin. Valentin is the team mule running. Then he asked me, what happened? I say, the fit girl behind me, no time to stop. I need to run. I need to put. And he say, who? I say, behind, 1 second. And he say, let's run together. And we are run together until the 2K from the finish line. I see the third girl. Wow, she ran very slow because that road very technical, full of rock, very dangerous, the road. And I put hard to leave her, but she put hard to follow me too. And I put hard until the flat. She put to leave me, and I cannot follow her anymore because my body really hurt. I cannot. Even I show her in front of me, I cannot. I run out of energy. And I finished top 4 by 23 seconds.
So after 100 kilometers through the mountain, 600 meters of elevation, 12 and a half hours, she finished 4th by 23 seconds. That was amazing. I see that not many trail runners here, but this is just absolutely crazy. It's mental. And obviously the commentators, everybody who was there, they could not believe it. They were completely in shock. First time in that race without knowing the course and leading or almost leading for 12 and a half hours. So after we crossed the finish line, we had to pass the doping control. They do doping controls in those races. And everything was fine. She went to sleep. I celebrate a little bit. But next morning, she wake up, and first thing she said,
Kim, I think I can win in this race with 11 hours, 30 minutes, but we need to change something.
So, 11 hours, 30 minutes, it will be like a course record. What is amazing is that first thought when she wakes up next morning is already thinking, 2024, we're coming back, we're going to do it better, and we're going to try to win. This has been an amazing journey for 3 years, I think.
Yes, 3 years.
From almost not knowing anything to the elite. When we were there, we saw the other runners, we saw the other teams. They were like F1 teams. I mean, they get ready. Just to give you an idea, over all the checkpoints, we lost, or we spent 16 minutes in total. The winner spent 9 minutes, the second spent 8 minutes, the third spent 6 minutes. And we spent 16. And we end up fourth by 23 seconds. So for sure, next year we can do it better. But how do we get all this? How did we arrive here?
We work very hard.
With a lot of work. We spent 3 years, elbow to elbow, learning many things from the very start. It's a very long way. It's like the trail running. There's different distance, but in order to progress, you need to try to maintain your speed while you're gaining mileage. Yeah, you don't start the house from the roof. It's like working. You don't finish or get graduated in university, start in a company and be the director in a month's time. Yeah, normally it takes a few years. And that's what Ho's been doing the last 3 years.
Yeah. I'm the single mom. If I can do that, so you can do that too. But I need your help to find more sponsors to help me.
Next year in 2024, we're planning to go to the biggest races in the world. We're planning to join podiums as much as we can, but for that, yes, we do need your help. We do hope that you can share Ho's story. She's on Facebook as How Her Runner. She's on Instagram as How Her Runner as well. And we hope you can share her story, share her dream to be one of the best trail runners in the world, because your help is needed to be and to show the rest of the world the power of Vietnamese athletes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Hậu and Mr. Gibbo, for your interesting story. And
Thank you.
Yeah, it inspires a lot. And we think both of you have a perfect match together. And we wish you all the best for the next coming years, 2024, right? Get more and more sponsors and win a lot of titles, all right? Also, now we are so ready to give the time for each and every one of you in this ballroom. If you have any question, feel free to raise your hand and ask to our representative, Ms. Hậu and Mr. Gibbo. Any question? Who want to join the racing with Ms. Hậu? Any question, ladies and gentlemen?
Questions? Any curiosity about the journey of Ms. Hậu?
Well, I explained you first. Let's see if we have any question. Her next race is in 2 weeks. UTMB in Doi Inthanon, again in Thailand. She will do the 100 kilometers again in 2 weeks. And yeah, for us, that's okay. Obviously, I'm the coach. I know her very well. But this is a little bit like, I think the title of this conference, no? The next era. Ho is like really the next era on the trail running. I mean, she started late, but she's already a mom. She knows what's life. And when you will see, and you can follow the race live on YouTube in 2 weeks, you will see that from the start line, just flying.
Wonderful, wonderful. In 2 weeks, right? In Thailand. All right. Wish you all the best in that racing. All right, so any question? All right, so now may we invite Mr. Hao and Mr. Gimbo please remain on stage, and we would like to invite Mr. Masatoshi Edo, representative of the organizer, to come to the stage and give the flower bouquet to Ms. Hati Hao and Mr. Gimbo.
And apologize to the tremendous effort of our special guest today. Everyone, apologize. Yes, and we wish you robust health and continue to harness your enthusiasm, energy to achieve even more success. Thank you for your presence at today's conference.
Once again, please give a big round of applause to Ms. Hati Hao and Mr. Gimbo, and we wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Masatoshi Edo. Thank you. All right, this is the first speech of our afternoon. And now we will have a very attractive part of this afternoon. But before that, we just kindly remind you that in the gift, the small gift that the Santa Claus gave to you at the beginning of the event, it's a cake, right? But it's not all. Inside the cake, we still have something. We still have like special message. So could you please open it, break the cake, and you get the message. Thank you. All right. And now, before we start with the actuarial topics, we are going to have a mini game right now. So we will have so many attractive vouchers to give to you that can be used to replace cards and apply for over 300 brands. So who knows, you might win something. And now let's show us the game. This is the puzzle pieces. May we separate?
Okay.
We divide into two parts and have our audience to get more answer. All right. So this is the puzzle game, and all right.
Yeah, and the reward for this game is
Over
the
here.
vouchers that can be replaced for cash, applicable for over 300 brands. And behind the puzzle piece like a team picture suggesting the main keyword. You found it familiar with you? Is it familiar with you? Yeah. And the first and the most correct respondent to find out the main keyword will receive the highest value voucher. And the sixth puzzle piece here corresponds to 6 keywords and also serving as the general hint for the main keywords.
All right, so to unveil these puzzle pieces and disclose parts of the team picture, we need to complete some small challenges. Every challenge comes with a voucher gift for the attendees who successfully solve it. So very simple, right? So we have 6 keywords over here. All right, so our task is to unveil each puzzle pieces, and then we have the final keyword. All right, so are you ready? So
Do you
I will-
understand the rules of the game?
Very simple, right?
Okay.
All right, so now I will give you the first hint for the main keyword, okay? The clue for the main keyword is as follows. It is an English noun consisting of 14 letters, all right? English, a noun. English noun, 14 letters. This is the main keyword, all right? All right, I repeat. The main keyword is 14-letter English noun. All right? And the keywords on the puzzle pieces are all related to this main keyword. Please remember this hint. 14-letter English noun. All right? All right, so now we move to the first puzzle pieces. You see, digitalization. All right? So what is the challenge for digitalization puzzle? Okay? The challenge is convert the number 19 from decimal to binary. Who can? Very simple. 19.
Yes. Whoever has the correct answer, please
Decimal
raise your hand
to binary.
quickly to reveal the puzzle piece and earn yourself a voucher.
All right, I can see the first hand here. All right, 19 from decimal to binary.
Yeah, so I think the Google told me that it's going to be 101, 101. Oh.
Repeat, please.
101, 101. Oh.
101, 1010. Is it exact?
Is there
101,
any
101,
question else?
0, right? 101, 1010. Nearly correct, but not correct.
Is there any
Who
question
else?
Who
Who
else?
can convert 19? I repeat 19, not 90, right? 19, all right.
10011.
Exactly! Congratulations! Okay, 19. Convert from decimal to binary is 10011 and you get a voucher. Congratulations for the first winner. Very simple, right?
And the
Let's try again. Let's try again.
Yes. And the number 19 corresponds to 19 life insurance companies currently operating in Vietnam.
Yeah, why 19? We have 19 life insurance companies currently operating in Vietnam. All right? So now we will move to the next virtual technology. And the challenge is we will have a video clip. And in this video clip, we have total. Hello, hello. All right. So in this video clip, we have totally 8 keywords. So your task is to try to remember the whole 8 keywords and tell us. All right? Very simple, right? So now please draw your attention to the screen and now we will project the video clip. 1, 2, 3.
Please remember.
First one. Finish. 8 word. All right, I see the hand. All the microphone is out. All right, it's come back. It's back. Need to change, no need. All right. Just give him the microphone. All right, so we have a keyword. Oh, you take notes very fast. Okay, and now please shout out the 8 keyword.
Predictive analytics, AI, machine learning, insurtech, big data, Power BI, Prophet, and ChatGPT.
Congratulations, perfectly. Thank you, and you have the voucher. Congratulations. All right, so this is the second puzzle. It's unveiled now. But during the time, who can guess the main keyword, right? Yeah, just raise your hand and tell us. So you can tell the main keyword, right?
So I think the main keyword is infrastructure.
Infrastructure. 14 letter. Infrastructure is your final answer, right? Hiền ơi, is it exactly? Let me check. Infrastructure. I'm so sorry. It's not infrastructure. Okay, we can try later. All right. So now we've moved to the third puzzle.
To find out the keyword of the third piece, please rearrange the following letters into a complete word. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see the following letters and please rearrange it. Yeah.
Okay. We give him another chain.
Yeah.
Okay, my lady first, right?
Hi, the answer is machine learning.
Is there any correct answer else? Because exactly, machine learning. Thank you so much and congratulations. Yes.
All right, congratulations. The answer is machine learning. Very simple, right? So all right. So I will have ladies that can guess the final main keywords of the puzzle game, right? You sure?
Transformation.
Transformation. How many letters?
14.
Sure? Let me check.
Why,
So
why,
the
what do
main
you think?
keyword is transformation. Transformation, right? Mation or masons. Mation. Let's count it. We just have 4 letters. If we have masons or mason.
Mation.
S or no S?
No S.
No S. Transformation. Exactly! Congratulations! So the main final keyword of this puzzle game is transformation. So you will have the biggest voucher of the game. Thank you so much. But we still have to open to unveil the rest of the puzzle, right? Congratulations, you did great. All right. So now we move to the generative AI.
Yes, and this is a photo of celebrity generated by AI. And anyone who correctly gets the names of these 3 stars can win a voucher.
Easy,
Anyone?
right? All right, I can see our beautiful ladies here. Who is on the screen?
The first is Bill Gates, the second is Maria Carey, and the third is Angelina Jolie.
You saw the girl in the middle, Mariah Carey, right? Exactly. Congratulations!
You will receive a vouchers from the organizer. Thank you so much.
And a voucher for you. And now we move to analytic.
Please check this spreadsheet and let us know the result of the following calculation. Is it familiar with actuarial?
Just take your time. All right. Any hint?
Anyone?
Okay.
Who finished your calculation? Please raise your hand. And earn you with a voucher from the organizer.
This is a... Okay. He's back again.
I think the answer is 16. 16.
16. Not correct, sorry.
Oh.
This is a negative number.
I see
Negative.
so many other
All right, a
answers.
negative number. So not 16. Let me double check. Okay.
To the quick calculation, is it negative 56?
Negative 56. Exactly! How can you count this?
Just do a quick calculation on my phone.
Really? So you have an app on your phone or like just a calculator on your phone?
Like calculator.
Just a calculator on your phone. Wow, congratulations. So smart. And you have a voucher. Negative 56, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. And Fast and Furious is exactly describe the actuarial expert, right? And now, to the last challenge, the keyword of this puzzle piece is hidden in the following picture. This keyword consists of more than 10 letters. Whoever finds what it is, please quickly raise your hand to answer.
10 letters.
The 10 letters?
More
than
than
10
sorry,
letters.
sorry,
Yeah.
more than 10 letters.
It's modernization.
Where is it?
Where is it?
It's in the third round from the bottom.
From the bottom, right? And in the middle, right? Modernization. Do we have any word else?
Any word else?
That more than 10 later?
Okay, anyone, can you see the modernization? Exactly. Congratulations.
All right,
Yeah.
modernization. Congratulations.
Yes. And please give her the vouchers.
Thank you so much. All right, so we finished the puzzle game, and our final keyword is transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your great cooperating, and you are all so smart, so clever, right?
Yes, and I hope the game help uplift the atmosphere here. And now, please come back to the actuarial topics. With the advancement of modern technology and ESG benchmarking, transformation has become imperative for the insurance industry. The great transformation will facilitate development and innovation, undoubtedly leading the explosive growth. And thank you everyone for actively participating in today's afternoon game. And now, kindly return.
Ladies and gentlemen, data analytics is an integral process in the actuary scope of work. This is also our next topic, modern analytics in insurance. We warmly welcome the next presentation made by Dr. David Zimmerman, Colenden, Lead Analytics and Senior Data Scientist, January. Please welcome.
First of all, thank you very much for this wonderful transition. I was really afraid that I would have to stand up here and talk about data analytics until someone tells you their life story and how they kind of beat all odds. So I'm very thankful that we kind of had this transition now. Today I want to talk a little bit about modern data analytics. So I think it's a term that everyone kind of has a general understanding, but I want to first introduce a couple of key concepts, and then afterwards I want to give a couple of examples that we have conducted in the past. So, I want to keep it at a very high level. At the same time, I want to have a very concrete example. And so I want to start by just assuming that we have different ages, and for each different ages, we have some kind of data point that we are interested in. I just said here claims data, claims cost, but it could be anything really that is of interest to us. What we want to do is we want to predict something, right? This is just raw data. And if we look at this raw data, we just have raw data. We cannot use it until we do something with it, some transformation or some simplification of it that allows us to apply it to new data. And I think most of you are familiar with what we could do. If we have a new data point, so for example a new applicant or so, and we know their age, then we want to predict what the associated cost is. So there are many different ways how we can do it. The easiest one, and one of the most well understood, I would say, is just throw a line through the data, right? I think especially the younger generations in the room will all heard of linear regression. The older generation probably in their job and not at uni. But this is something that we do all day, every day, right? So there's nothing new yet, right? I'm just trying to set the stage for the later models that we're talking about. So what we do is we have some algorithm that gives the parameters for this line, and then we can read the data or plug the new data in and get a prediction from that. So for the specific point, we have a given value. I mean, no magic here, it's just, very basic, but very interesting. The big question that we always have, and that we'll never get rid of, is, does it actually fit our data? And this is a problem or a question that will always pop up. It doesn't matter what kind of model you use. It doesn't matter what kind of models you use around it or methodologies you use around it. You will always have to ask yourself the question, is this actually right? And I think in this case, we can all agree that this is probably not the right fit. Right? So we can see that we have, that the values are going up, but the linear nature of this line doesn't really capture the data. So what can we do? One thing that we quite often like to do is we transform the data. In this case, we apply a nonlinear transformation, and all of a sudden, we have another line. It's still called linear regression in this case, but that is only because we transformed the data, and so we still draw a line through the transformed space. And in this case, we can make the same predictions, and we see it seems to be a little bit better. So does it fit better? Maybe, maybe not. It depends really on our what we want to do with the data in the end, right? If we just want to have a nice plot and we want to interpret the values, then this might be good. If we want to have like the best performing model because this is related to our pricing or so, then we probably want to make it a little bit more accurate. So one thing that we do is we can imitate what humans often do, and this is we create a decision tree. That is, we make up rules, and based on the rules, we set the values. So in this case, we can make a very simple one, where we just say, okay, if the age is below a certain value, we pick one value. If the age is above another value, we pick another value. So this is a huge benefit of that, is it's very easy to explain, right? The Eli 5, so explain it to me like I'm 5, is really easy, because like, oh, you're there, pick that value, you're there, pick that value. So it's really nice. Is one breakpoint good enough? Probably not. So what we can do is we can extend that. So in this case, we just ask 2 questions, or we have one age, but we have 3 different steps there, and then we just segment it in multiple ways. Now, of course, these are what we would call hyperparameters, which is a wonderful term that basically hides everything that it does. What we mean by that, it's something that we can arbitrarily set. I now have 3 different distinctions, 3 different questions. I could make 1,000, I could make 2. So we can play around with that later if we wanted to. But the general idea, we have now something that we would call a decision tree. And typically a decision tree is not this list of rules that we have just seen, but we would visualize the data if we wanted to in a proper decision tree. So this is, for example, the decision tree that we would then see. So we could follow along, so if the age is smaller than 40 and the age is larger than 20, then we would predict 50K. I mean, all the values are made up, right? But you kind of hopefully get the general concept of what we're trying to achieve here. There are multiple extensions that we can use here, so we can have multiple trees, we can have different depth of trees, so most of you might have heard about something called XGBoost, so kind of boosted trees, or back trees like random forest and so on. These are basically just iterations of this concept, right? But as I mentioned earlier, we try to make it a little bit easier for us humans to understand and follow, therefore, our human approach to these kind of problems. And what is closer to our human understanding than actually the brain itself, right? So we try to mimic how our brain works, and I'm not in medicine, but I think we all know we have neurons in our brain, they're connected, they fire together, and by firing together we can make decisions. It's probably a very gross understatement of the complexity of our brain. We have tried to replicate that, and I think by now this is no news that we have artificial neural networks, because everyone has heard about it, right? We just saw lots of these terms on the board here. The interesting part is about neural networks that they're very good at specific tasks. So what we see here is we have these connections, and we see all of these small lines here are parameters. In this case, maybe there are 40 parameters or something like this. Recently, we've had huge advancements in this field. I mean, by now, a year ago, I would have asked who of you has used ChatGPT before. I think by now the question is boring, because I think everyone will say yes to that, right? So just a very interesting data point for us to keep in mind that how quick this field has expanded. So this chart is 3 years old by now. And there we saw that the biggest model here, proposed by Microsoft, had a whopping 17.5 billion parameters. If you save that to your hard drive, it will be a big file, basically, right? So it's a very large data set. And by now, if we scale that down, the latest version of ChatGPT, ChatGPT 4, has 1.7 trillion. So it's a lot bigger. I mean, we have all seen these stories, so I think they're not really that surprising. For us, I think it's interesting, these deep neural networks, how complex they are. They are very good at certain tasks, but they're not so good at other tasks. Because one thing that we always have to keep in mind, especially in our industry, there are certain parts where we need to be able to explain what we are doing and how a certain decision was made. If I decline a person in underwriting, I need to be able to explain to them why I declined them. I cannot say, oh, I have this algorithm here, and this algorithm said no. I have to say, okay, well, you know, you clicked in the underwriting this and this question as yes, and so therefore we decline you, right? So this model understanding or explainability, as we call it in the industry, is something that we need to be aware of. So I have very briefly kind of rounded up 3 different types of models. So we have linear models, we have decision trees, and we have neural networks. I think everyone is kind of, especially in the last couple of years, wanted to go into deep networks, or neural networks, or artificial intelligence, as it's sometimes called, because this is where all the cool kids wanted to go, which is like, you know, the area that also had the biggest advancements. Most of our, or at least my day job, is at least working with tabular data. And so we have played around with neural networks, but most of the time we found that they're actually not that good at tabular data. So tabular data basically is data that you can put in Excel, more or less, right? You have kind of rows, you have columns, and you want to run some algorithm on it. So one thing that I've kept from you so far is when we tried earlier with the claims cost, that is something that we call a regression problem, because we try to predict a continuous value. We can also have a classification where we predict discrete classes. So for example, whether a person should be declined or not. And what we can then do is we create this matrix here and kind of look at in which parts are which algorithms actually any good. And what we see is that linear models and decision trees typically, not always, but typically excel in regression and classification tasks. That is most of the time also due to the data size. Because rarely do we see a data set where we have like, oh, we have a data set of 100 million lives. Like that's not really how our industry works, unfortunately, in some cases. And these neural networks, if we have a neural network with a couple of billion parameters, that means we have to have, general rule of thumb, a couple of million data points as well, which is very hard in our industry, typically. There are, however, just so that you don't, or that you don't wonder why I don't like neural networks, I do. It's just that they're very good in different ones. So if you have, for example, image recognition or natural language processing, or what we call AI now, so ChatGPT, for example, if I were to put a linear model versus ChatGPT, yeah, I think we all know how that would go, right? So, one dimension of every data project is always the algorithm, right? The algorithms that I've just shown you are a very good start, and there are loads of things that you can change and extend on. But the realities of our business is always we work in a corporation, which is good, typically. But corporations means that we have to take lots of other things into considerations as well. So what do we actually need for a successful analytics project? Well, first of all, I always try to start out with an actionable goal. That means, in the end, I want to understand what kind of goal I could achieve with this. And can we actually act on this? If the goal all of a sudden is, well, we need to be the biggest company in the market, like, yeah, sure, we're trying that already. I cannot really act on that, right? So, therefore, we want to make sure that we have a goal that we can actually not only achieve, but that we can also work towards. We need to have the buy-in of stakeholders. That not only means that we have our management or higher management, depending on the project size, but also oftentimes our data is stored away. So we need to have the stakeholders that know where the data is, how to merge the data, what the data stands for, where the data problems are, and so on. They typically need to be involved as well. Because we have a saying in the industry, garbage in, garbage out. You can have the best algorithm in the world, but it won't be able to help you anything if your data is not good. Right. Which kind of brings this point home, suitable data. I always joke that if you give me data about storks, then I cannot predict you how many people are born. Right? So there is no relationship between the two, so therefore, even if I have very good data, the data is not suitable, so therefore the whole project is void. And last but not least, methodological expertise. So if you want to venture into the deeper ends of this one, so for example, if you want to train or fine-train some of these models, you need to have experts in this specific field that are then capable of interpreting the results. Because quite often you have a very powerful weapon, but it's also a very easy weapon to shoot yourself in the foot with. And so therefore, you need to be careful about what you do, but there are wonderful resources out there, and it's a very nice community that we have in data science in general, where there's lots of collaboration and lots of exchange of ideas and methods as well. Coming or bringing all of this into the insurance industry, I typically like to follow the typical customer journey. So in the beginning, the customer becomes aware of the product and kind of maybe seeks more information. Then at one point they apply. So they undergo the underwriting, and internally we apply the pricing. Then we have the policy servicing, so the customer is then the client. The policy is basically in force. Maybe we want to reach out for them for some cross-selling. Or worst case, they might want to cancel the policy. And last but not least, we might have claims as well. So the question is, which of these parts are actually or can be used in combination with data science or AI to enhance this whole journey? And just some examples. The awareness is a big thing, right? So I think when I ask lots of insurance companies, some of them say, no, we don't really use advanced data analytics. And my first answer is typically, well, you probably have some kind of marketing, right? And most of the companies, especially in the internet age, use Google or in Google Analytics, and this is basically already very complicated data science that happens most of the time behind the scenes. Underwriting and pricing, I think no one is surprised if I say that this is also a field that where you can use data analytics quite heavily. In policy servicing, we have other products, so kind of cross-selling that we can do there. We could do a project to predict the cancellation of policies. And then in claims, we can have waste, fraud, and abuse detection or similar methods that actually look at claims in more details. So here I've just listed out a couple of different possible projects. And last but not least, before I leave the stage, I wanted to walk you through two projects that we have done that are in this area. So the first one is around underwriting triaging, and the second one is about cross-selling. Now, the first project, the underwriting triaging project, was in individual life of high net worth individuals. And the problem was that we had a very complicated underwriting process. So think 700 plus pages per each application. And I guess you all know what kind of resources went into this when you have 700 pages that you need to read through to figure out what the relevant information is. So our goal was that we wanted to lower our underwriting expenses, and we also wanted, or by lowering the time spent on each case. We translated that into the analytics goal, which is we wanted to have a rule that was able to auto-decline or triage the different cases in such a way that the human underwriter could then focus on the most relevant cases. If you know that this person is going to be declined, then you can give it to the human, and the human knows, okay, I just need to quickly read through it, fine, we can auto-decline it. And similarly, if we have very easy cases, the rule system can also, or the human can also say, okay, the system says this is a very likely case, that this is actually a good case, so accept. In this case, we actually had a very nice data set, so we had very rich historical data of underwriting decisions that we could then use, and we used, for the curious of you, we used a combination of a classification problem and also supervised machine learning. That means we had both linear trees and this tree-based models, linear models and tree-based models, so basically the two models that I've introduced to you earlier. And in the end, what we were able to do is come up with a simplified decision tree. So we tried out different rules or different models, and one of the interesting parts is that we wanted to understand the rules very well. And so therefore we limited ourselves to a very simple algorithm, because the simple algorithm we could then go to our experts in underwriting and say, okay, this is what the machine thinks. Is this something that you agree with? If we had gone for a very complicated deep neural network, then we wouldn't be able to create such a simple graph. It might have been a little bit more performant, but this performance comes at the cost that we don't understand the model. And so in this case, we decided to go for a very simple decision tree, but that then helped us to basically accelerate this whole process. The second project that I wanted to talk to you about is cross-selling from health to life. So we had an existing health portfolio, and we wanted to figure out which of these people are most likely to buy into a life portfolio or to buy a life policy. Again, we had a very nice data set. So especially in health, you typically have lots of information about each patient. So that is in this case, it was a big plus for us because we could train the model on very rich medical history. We had, in this case, something that is called unsupervised learning, which is something that typically gives you a headache, because unsupervised learning means you don't really know what your target is. You don't have this one column, oh, this person actually bought something, but you have to look or train the algorithm on the data and, for the lack of a better term, hope that it does the right thing. You do lots of coordination, you do lots of controlling of the whole problem so that the model actually does what you think it does or what you want it to do. But therefore I say it gives you lots of headache because you need to make sure that it actually does what you think it's doing. So what we found is that, unsurprisingly, people who didn't have any health claims have a lot lower A over E values. So these are very good candidates for simplified underwriting, or basically just make them an offer for a life policy. But there is already, that's kind of I wouldn't say a no-brainer, but it's a very easy thing or a solution I think that people would have come up with without looking at the data in that detail. But the interesting part is that we then looked at the people that already had claims, and we were able to segment them. And in this case, we segmented them not only by the actual A over E value that we saw later on, but also the average years until death. And in this case, we saw that there are a couple of clusters, and we kind of made out the groups that had very severe claims and very mild claims. So for example, if you have accident caused by a machine, that's not really going to be a long-term issue. However, if you have like malignant brain tumor, that's a whole other story, right? So again, it's not really that we were blown away by the results, but the results helped us to automate something that was very hard to do on a manual process. So, what are the main takeaways from my talk today? Data-driven decision-making is at the core of our industry's future. I really believe in that. It will help us to automate the not so interesting parts, I would say, of the business, so that we can spend our resources on the ones that are actually really important to us. Data analytics is a competitive advantage. So if we are good at data analytics, that means that we can excel in other areas a lot better. And last but not least, data projects require a multidisciplinary team, or experts in this case. So if you only have people from one area in there, then you typically become too focused on one thing. But if you have multiple experts in there, or a multidisciplinary team, then it's a lot more fruitful because you can kind of figure out what the other team or what the other person, what their viewpoint is, and you can incorporate that into your process. And that's it from my side today.
All right, thank you so much. We very appreciate all the useful information from our January representative, Dr. David Zimmerman Kolenda. And now we are very pleased to invite everyone to ask questions of our guests on this topic. Any question from you? Please raise your hand and we will provide a microphone. Any question, ladies and gentlemen? With a very interesting topic, modern analytics in insurance.
Yes, and if you have any questions related to this topic, yeah.
Okay, please give the microphone to our ladies at the back.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Chiều, for a very interesting sharings. You see, for data analytics, I have two questions. Yeah, please. The first one is, we have so many algorithms to analyze data. So here you just present trees for the linear model, trees-based model, and deep learning with neural network. How about the other for other methods like for classification? You also have KNN or so many other algorithms, sometimes quite simple but very effective to deal with data. Why not you don't use the other algorithms? And the second question is, so I work for a university. I'm a lecturer. I teach data science to my students. And we really need the real-life data like this for my students to practice with the real case. So do we have any opportunity to access to the kind of projects for my students? They can do research or they can do practice with the real data. So if we can access that kind of project like this, thank you very much.
So to the first question, why didn't we use other models? So for example, you brought up KNNs, there are also SVMs, and by now it feels like it's just a soup of abbreviations, which it kind of is. And it was a mix of business reality. We didn't have too much time, so at one point we just needed to say, okay, stop. We think that we have results that are good enough. So we oftentimes made the experience that if we use a linear model, which we typically do as a first step, that it is already very well performing. It's not the best, right? You can still squeeze a couple of percentage points out of more complicated models, but you win the accuracy, but you lose the explainability. And oftentimes we then say, okay, actually, although we have this very complicated model here that has a couple of percentage points more, we actually stick with a simple linear model because we're able to explain it, and our experts can look at it and say, okay, this is actually valid. Because this is kind of if you think about it too deeply, then you can kind of get into this whole turnover that you think, okay, is my model actually predicting what I think it is? This is worse with unsupervised learnings, but even with supervised learnings, you have the problem that you don't really know what the model is doing, especially in complicated models. So therefore, in this case, we stuck with the simpler models, I would say, although the tree-based models can be very complicated as well. Regarding the projects, I think let's chat up afterwards. Maybe we find something.
Yeah, we have some, sorry. Yeah, how about the second question? So I'm a lecturer from University of Economics, Ho Chi Minh City. And so we have some subject related to data analytics, for example, data science or SRM. So we need data, and sometimes our students need opportunity to practice with the real data. So can you create some opportunity for our students to practice, to do research with these kinds of data?
Yeah, so we have run into the problem of not missing data, but missing data sets, especially public ones, right? Because especially when I give workshops or so, I oftentimes want to show real data, but of course I cannot show real data. So there are a couple of data sets out there, but most of them that I know of are non-live, which defeats the purpose a little bit. We played around with simulating the data. I mean, you wouldn't get any real value out of it, but that's not really the point, right? You want to play around with it, especially in this academic context. We didn't finish the project because it's not really a high priority. Maybe we'll pick it up again. But maybe we can take this off stage and then talk about it later today, if you're okay with that.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. All right. So any question?
Any question else related to modern analytics in insurance? Okay, thank you. So should you have any concerns, you can send to the organizer and we will send to our expert afterwards.
Okay, we still have more questions. All right. So, okay. So we will have another question.
Hello. Hello, my name is Nam, and I'm from Prudential Data Analytics team. Actually, in our teams, there's a lot of people coming from other industry. They're coming from e-commerce, and they also coming from FMCG. And when they join Prudential, join insurance industry, they realize that one of the biggest difference is the lacking of the data. Because for FMCG, for e-commerce, right, we will predict in the very short term, like 1 week, 2 weeks, to see the customer behavior. However, in insurance, for example, when we predict the life expectancy or mortality, we use the historical data of people who have been born, who have born like 30 or 40 years ago with very different lifestyle, condition of living. And then we apply it for the people who already like 20 years old now, and we predict it for the next 20 or 30 years. So my question is, how do you think about the lagging and then the accuracy in the modeling in insurance compared to other industry?
Yeah, you raise a very valid point that we have very little data, especially if you divide the number of rows that you have by the number of people. Typically it's 1, right? If you think about something like an online shop, they have like a gazillion amount of data points for each interaction. So they probably know what website you visited before, and they can buy data to kind of put that into it as well. This is one of the many reasons that I like the simpler models as well, because if I have 100,000 data points, I cannot train a model with 200,000 parameters. Right? So if I have then a very simplistic linear regression with maybe 5 or 10 different parameters, which is almost already considered a complicated linear regression, right? But it's just 10 parameters. So it's a lot easier to understand and to kind of guess the correctness of the model as well. So that is one thing how we typically deal with it. Sometimes, or you must have come across another very big problem is that most of the data that we have is very skewed. It's very unbalanced. I always joke that it's very bad for the algorithm, it's very good for the people, and for our business as well, that most people don't die, or most people in our data sets didn't die yet, which is good for the people. But typically an algorithm performs best if the ratio between positive and negative cases is 0.5. I mean, if you had a data set that where 50% of the people already died, I think that would be very hard on your business. So it's a very hard problem, and I'm afraid I cannot give you one answer that will satisfy that. We try to work around it, as I said, by using simple models. Sometimes we're able to enhance the data. Maybe there are other data sources. There is something like synthetic data that one can look into, but in the end, you're just making up data based on existing data. And so sometimes it works a little bit, but most of the time you create noise in your data set.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. David Zimmerman Calendar from Genry. And we hope that the answer and the speech of Dr. David will give you an interesting picture about modern analytics in insurance. And please remain on the stage to receive our appreciation flower. And we would like to invite Mr. Masatoshi Edo, representative of organizer, to come onto the stage and present flower to guest speaker.
Once again, thank you so much, Dr. David Zimmerman Calendar, January representative, for your great information and attending today with us. Thank you. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. David, and thank you, Mr. Masatoshi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next part, we are going to have a 15-minute break. And we invite you to enjoy, once again, a tea break at a designated area outside. And the event will resume at 3:30 p.m. So please return to the state area. Secure your seat by 3:20 p.m. to ensure the program on time schedule. Thank you so much, and now please enjoy. Thank you.
Enjoy your meal and have a good rest. Thank you, and see you again.
Welcome everyone back to our program. Following the themes of the Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2023 events is the next topic revolving around elevating insurance risk assessment, particularly with the application of machine learning in underwriting and insurance risk prediction.
And please welcome on the stage Mr. Jia Hao, Manager of Data Science from Pacific Library Asia, to share the insight on the topic.
Please join me, give a big round of applause to welcome Mr. Jia Hao.
Testing. Hello, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for joining our discussion today on using machine learning model to predict insurance risk. It sounds a bit complicated, but trust me, it's easier to understand than the latest memes on the internet. Today, we stand on the edge of a new era of actuarial science, where emerging technologies and new data sources are beginning to redefine our way of risk prediction. As actuaries, we understand the importance of accurate risk prediction, especially for maintaining the financial stability of the insurance company and ensuring fair pricing for our policyholders. We have traditionally relied on some statistical techniques to analyze risk, and they have served us pretty well. But hey, the world is changing fast, and all the new technologies and data sources are calling us to try something new. Therefore, in today's discussion, we'll explore the world of machine learning, and we'll see how this powerful technique can help to make our insurance industry better. Before we dive in, let's take a quick look on our agenda today. We'll first begin with a brief introduction about machine learning. Then we'll look into two real-world examples of how machine learning can be applied in the insurance industry. Our first use case is about predictive underwriting, which will explore how machine learning can help to streamline our underwriting process. Following that, in the second use case, we'll explore an application of machine learning for mortality analysis and prediction, which is something more relevant to the work we do as actuaries. In the last part, we'll wrap up our discussion by discussing the implications and opportunities that these advancements have brought to our beloved insurance industry. Sorry, the button doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, so without further ado, let's start our discussion today. In the first session, we'll give a brief introduction about machine learning. So what is machine learning? Here is one definition that I personally like about. Machine learning is actually a subset of the big family of AI, and it is all about using algorithms to learn patterns from the data, and then use those patterns to make prediction. To simplify it, you can think of it as how we humans learn from our experience. For example, when we see dark clouds in the sky, we know that it might rain soon based on our past observation. Machine learning does something similar, but instead of using intuition, it uses mathematical algorithms to learn from data, which we'll see how this works in more details later. Also, you might be wondering why machine learning is so powerful and why should we start considering to apply it in our insurance industry? Here are some of the reasons. To begin with, just like many other industries, our insurance industry has also experienced a data explosion in this digital era. For example, the advance in health system and underwriting rule engine have provided us with electronic health record and underwriting data like never before. These data sets are usually high-dimensional and very complex, and our traditional methods often struggle to handle them effectively. Machine learning, on the other hand, is very effective at analyzing this data set and making it a very powerful tool for comprehensive analysis. Furthermore, together with high-dimensional data, machine learning allows for a more personalized approach in risk assessment. As we'll see later, this opens the door for a more customized solution that better fits with the customer needs and risk profile. Last but not least, machine learning can also help to support our decision making by providing us with insights and recommendations based on what it has learned from the data. This can help to improve the efficiency of some operational process in the insurance industry, including sales and marketing, underwriting and claim management, and etc. Talking about this, let's look into some of the real-world examples. Our first use case is about predictive underwriting. As we all know, underwriting is the first and critical layer of defense in our life insurance industry. However, sometimes dedicating extensive resource to manual underwriting can be challenging, especially when there is a huge number of insurance applications. Today, we would like to share about a real project that I had the privilege to work on in the past. For background, our client is actually one of the largest life insurance companies in their countries, and they have already implemented a very robust underwriting rule engine which helped to straight through process more than half of their insurance application. However, there is still a significant portion of their application require manual underwriting based on the underwriting rules set by the company. Also, as you can see from the graph here, the number of insurance applications is still rapidly increasing each year because of business growth. This has created multiple challenges, especially to the underwriters. You can imagine that if the underwriting team does not grow at the same scale, it may cause overwhelming workloads to the underwriters together with many other negative effects. Also, these issues made us to think about a question on resource allocation. Like, should the underwriters spend the same level of efforts to all cases? Or is there a way to help allocating more resources to the underwriting of more complex cases? All these challenges together have emphasized the need for us to reconsider our approach in traditional underwriting. The good news is that with the advance in technology, machine learning turned out to be a potential solution to help addressing these challenges. And that's what we'll explore in this section today. Before we go into the details, let me give a high-level overview of underwriting process in our life insurance industry. Typically, when an insurance application is submitted, it will go through an initial assessment by the underwriting rule engine. At this stage, some of the applicants may get a direct decision, like a standard offer or a declination. However, there will also be a group of applicants with specific complications that the rule engine may refer them to the underwriters for manual underwriting. The underwriter will then decide if the applicant is a standard or substandard life. At the bottom, we show how a machine learning model can be embedded into the process. Basically, we can deploy a machine learning model to predict the underwriting decision of these applicants before they are reviewed by the underwriters. The main idea here is that for those applicants who receive a very good score from the model, they can then directly be offered with standard issuance without further need of manual underwriting. On the other hand, for those applicants who do not receive a very good score from the model, they will still need to go through the manual underwriting by the underwriter to reach an underwriting decision. This part is the same as the original process. However, the number of cases for manual underwriting has already been reduced thanks to the machine learning model. Now let's look into the details of the model that performed the task. As discussed earlier, the primary objective of the model is to predict the underwriting outcome of these applicants before they are reviewed by the underwriters. Depending on the use cases, the targeted applicants are usually those applicants that require manual underwriting. For these applicants, the target of the model is to predict their underwriting decision that will be made by the underwriter, which will generally fall into either standard or substandard category. Again, depending on the use cases, the definition of substandard can be when the applicant get any of the loading, exclusion, or declination from the underwriter. Conversely, standard is when none of these conditions apply. Furthermore, we usually need to train different models for the underwriting of different benefits, like life, CI, TBD, or MEDEX, due to the different nature in their underwriting. Also, the model will require specific information for it to make prediction. Basically, it will rely on all the available information provided in the submitted application, including demographics, policy information, and declarations. For some use cases that involve existing customer, it is also common for us to include their history records, like their claim and underwriting record in the past for the model to learn, just like how a human underwriter will assess an individual. Finally, with all this information, the model can then predict the likelihood of each applicant to receive a standard outcome, ranging from 0 to 100%. This likelihood can then be translated into underwriting decision by setting a threshold, such that those applicants with likelihood higher than this threshold can then directly be offered with standard issuance without further need of manual underwriting. Setting the value of this threshold is fully flexible, and it depends on the risk appetite of the company, which we won't go into further details today. In overall, this concept of predictive underwriting has started to gain popularity in the insurance industry, and here are some of the reasons. Firstly, predictive underwriting can help to improve the straight-through processing, or STP rate, by reducing the number of cases for manual underwriting, which can help to reduce the workloads of the underwriter. Furthermore, a higher STP rate can contribute to higher sales and policy take-up rate. This is because a lower waiting time can help to improve customer satisfaction and reduce their chances of dropping out during the application process. Last but not least, it is also worth mentioning that those applications that are straight-through processed by the machine learning model are typically the straightforward cases. This means that the machine learning model can actually help the underwriters in triaging their cases and allowing them to allocate more of their time to the underwriting of more complex cases, therefore resulting in better resource allocation. Now we'll move on to our second use case, which is to use machine learning for mortality analysis and prediction. As actuaries, we have been mainly focusing on only a few factors like age, gender, for the pricing and valuation purposes of our insurance product. However, in this digital era, we have the chance of getting more information about the individuals. And it is worth for us to start exploring if we can incorporate all this new information to achieve a more granular and comprehensive risk assessment. To illustrate this, we would like to share about a mortality analysis that we have done by using machine learning model on a very powerful data set. The data set is actually a population data that contains a variety of information about the individuals, which we can see them in a few categories. The first category is demographics, which cover basic personal details like age, gender, smoking status, and etc. Then we also have the health assessment information of the individual. This includes basic clinical measurements like BMI and blood pressure, as well as laboratory results such as those biomarkers that are collected from the blood and urine sample of the individual, like blood cholesterol, blood sugar, and etc. This type of information is now more accessible to us than in the past because of electronic health record. Also, the factors so far are pretty standard for health-related analysis. But now we have our third category, wearable technologies. In this dataset, some of the individuals were also asked to wear a physical activity monitor. You can think of it as a device like Fitbit or Apple Watch, which mainly recorded down their number of steps taken and sleep duration per day. This type of information is relatively new to our industry, but started to be used in some wellness products in some markets. Lastly, and most importantly, the dataset also has the mortality information of the individuals. This information allows us to do a mortality analysis, and to do that, we have trained a machine learning model on this dataset, which can help us to better understand how all these variables, like demographics, health assessment, and wearable technologies, link to the person mortality. Now let's look into some of the interesting findings from our mortality model. There has been a hot topic of discussion about how much activity engagement matters for our health, especially when compared to the traditional factors. In this mortality model, one of the factors we included is called average number of steps taken per day, which is clearly a measure for physical activity level. And guess what we found? From the variable importance, other than age factor, this number of step factor turned out to be the most important factor in explaining our mortality experience. You can see that it beats all the traditional factors that we have included in our model, including BMI, blood pressure, and even smoking status, which all of these have been commonly used in our life insurance industry. The graph on the right also shows with some useful information. We can see that there will be a steep increase in mortality rate when the number of steps is lower than around 7,500 per day. These results have shown us that physical activity engagement is indeed very important in promoting our health and longevity. Also, with this data set, we can do some analysis on traditional factors as well. Here, we show a sample interaction between age and BMI. These two graphs are basically the same, just that one of them is a 3D plot and the other is a contour plot. The x-axis here represents the age factor, y-axis represents the BMI factor, and the z-axis, or the color intensity, represents the multiplier in mortality rate. From this graph, we can observe how the effect of BMI changes across the ages. At younger ages, the high BMI is the primary concern. That is what we all know. However, as we grow older, we can see that the high BMI become less of a concern, while low BMI start to have higher effect on mortality rate. We won't go into further details on the medical concept behind this, but these modeling results can actually help us to refine our underwriting guidelines, like determining the appropriate loadings for policyholders that are overweight in different age groups. So these are some of the high-level findings from our mortality model. Now, we will shift our focus back to the real-world application by demonstrating a sample tool that we have developed. The sample tool is simply called Mortality Risk Calculator. You can think of it as a fancy health checkup, but instead of going to a doctor, we have an AI model to do the evaluation. And since this app requires us to switch to another program, we have actually pre-recorded for this part to ease the logistics. Therefore, I will be sharing a video now.
Now, let me walk you through the user interface of this mortality risk calculator. There are two main sections, input and output. The input sections can be further split into multiple categories, and we'll go through them one by one. First, we have product information. It is like choosing the sum assured and benefit term of a mortality lump sum product, and you will see why we need this information later. Next, we have personal details, which cover the basic information like age, gender, working status, and etc. Similar to the basics that you would find on the dating profile. Following this, we have lifestyle. These sections covers things like smoking status, alcohol behavior, and physical activity status, including the average number of steps that we mentioned earlier. Moving on, we have basic body examination, which cover traditional factors like BMI and blood pressure values. Then we also have laboratory results. Here we just show a few for illustration purposes, such as blood cholesterol, blood sugar, and etc. Last but not least, we have pre-existing conditions. Here we cover things like health and medical history, including hypertension, high blood cholesterol, diabetes, and many other kinds of declarations. After filling in all this input, we can then hit the submit button. Then within a second, the machine learning will generate the results, which we can view in the output section. In the output section, first we have the calculated premium. Based on the given product information earlier and the predicted mortality rate, we can calculate the personalized risk premium of the input person and compare it to the average of the pools, which are those individuals with the same age and gender with the input person in our database. You can think of this risk pool premium as how we do pricing today. Next, we have mortality prediction. Here we show the projected survival curve, the input person within the benefit term. Also, we can calculate the life expectancy of the person and compare it to the average. For example, if you were 50 but living like 41 years old, the model will let you know. Furthermore, we have a peer comparison. Here we show where the person ranks among the peers, which again are those individuals having the same age and gender with the input person. So this particular information is very useful because we can use this percentile information to stratify the individual into different risk groups and make different underwriting or even pricing decisions on them. Moving forward, we have attribution analysis. Here we use another model explainability method to break down the predicted mortality rate by each of the factors. The bottom bars here shows the average mortality rate from the peers, and the top bar shows the predicted mortality rate of the inputted person. In the middle, it shows how each of the factors contribute to the difference between the person and the average. Here the green bars represent the good factors that make the person to have lower mortality rate than the peers. Conversely, the red bars are the bad factors that cause a higher mortality rate than the peers. For this specific example, I have purposely set the input person to be a middle-aged male who is unmarried and a bit lack of exercise, and keeping all the other factors being okay. As you can see, the biggest red bar here is coming from the number of steps due to the lack of exercise. Interesting also, the second biggest red bar is coming from the fact that the individual is unmarried. Indeed, from our model, we do observe that the married individuals tend to have lower mortality rate than those remain single. It seems to be reasonable to me because having a spouse may make you to have overall better diet and do less unreasonable things that may increase your mortality risk. The strength of this attribution analysis is that it can estimate and quantify the impact brought by each of the individual factors. This becomes particularly important when we move on to our next section, recommendations. Based on the attribution analysis, we can select, let's say, the top 3 red factors and use them to generate recommendation for the individual. To illustrate, in this example, we can recommend the input person to increase their number of steps from the inputted value of 3,500 to 7,500 and get married and do some moderate activities. We can then calculate the improvement in mortality rate if all of these are achieved, and more importantly, we can also calculate the reduction in risk premium because of the improvement in mortality rate. Remember that including marriage here is actually just for a job. We don't actually recommend people to get into a relationship just to lower their mortality risk. Although our data does show that married individuals tend to live longer. I hope this simple demonstration has shown you the potential of such machine learning tool. For the insurance companies, this kind of tool may open the door for a more advanced risk assessment and granular policy pricing. For individuals, it can help to improve self-awareness by providing insights into their health and longevity, and potentially inspire some lifestyle changes to improve their health.
Okay, I hope you have enjoyed the video, and my apology, I think the screen is not quite clear, and yeah, I hope the slide will be shared to you later because there will be all the snapshots of all these slides in the slide. So if you are interested, yeah, you can look into the details in the slide later. Okay, I will carry on. So in the last part, we will explore the implications and opportunities that this advancement have brought to our insurance industry. The first is enhanced risk assessment. As illustrated in the use cases earlier, by using machine learning, we are looking at not just more accurate prediction, but also a more comprehensive view of risk, which can help us to have a better segmentation of risk profile. The second is personalized insurance product. These new advancements have opened the door for a more customized policy structure and premium. As actuaries, we should consider whether it is beneficial for us to move beyond our traditional approach and adopt a more precise and holistic view of risk by taking into account more risk factors of individual. Furthermore, there are also new opportunities for engagement with our customer. With these technologies, we have the chance to improve our customer interaction by providing them with additional values like health coaching and incentivize for healthier lifestyle. This not only can create a more engaged relationship with the customer, but could also manage the risk of the insurance company. However, with all this advancement, there comes the need for expertise and infrastructure. The increase in data and technology will demand for many things like more robust IT infrastructure, advanced data science skills, and stronger system to ensure data security, and etc. So that marks the end for my sharing today. I hope it gives you some new ideas on how we can potentially innovate and evolve within our insurance industry. Thank you for your attention, and feel free to let me know if you have any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the sharing from Pacific Library, Mr. Chiều. So, now any question from everybody? All right, if not, we would like to invite Mr. Chiều, please remain on stage, and we would like to invite Mr. Masato Edo, representative of the organizers, to come on stage once again to present the flower bouquet to our guest speaker today. Please give a big round of applause. Give a big thank to Mr. Chiều from Pacific Library for your great information today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Masato. Alright, now ladies and gentlemen, let's refresh with an exciting Lucky Draw game. Here's your chance to win valuable prizes based on the lucky numbers you receive upon check-in. So please check your lucky number. We have 3 third prizes, 2 second prizes, and 1 special prize up. Stay tuned to find out the lucky 6 attendees today.
Everyone, have you had your lucky draw in your hand?
So you have the lucky draw on, right? Alright.
Yes. And please be aware that each drawing calls out the number 3 times. 3 times only. And if your lucky draw is called, please bring it to the stage for verification. If it called more than 3 times with no response, we will draw another number to give the benefits to the next lucky numbers. Okay?
Alright, now so the lucky draw drawing turn for the third prizes. The gift is a computer mouse. We have 3 third prizes.
And please welcome Mr. Nguyễn Đắc Khoa, Head of Capital and Actuarial Solutions of Prudential Vietnam, to go on the stage and come up to the stage and find out the 3 lucky number who got the third prize in the first draw.
So Mr. Hua, please. Alright. So 3 computer mouse.
Are you ready?
Alright, Mr.
Are you
Hua,
ready
please.
with your lucky
Could you please,
number on your
yeah,
hand?
turn around the lucky.
The first number is
Alright. The first draw is
140.
Let me keep for you.
140.
140. 140.
If your lucky number is called,
Please raise your hand.
bring
Please stand up and go to the stage with us. All right, congratulations for the first lucky winner today with the number 140. Congratulations. And the next third prizes belong to we have two draws. So
Okay, and the next number is 114.
114.
Who has 114 in your hand?
114, please. Oh, the same area. All right.
Okay.
114.
Yes, and let's find the last person, the last lucky person for the third prize. And the number is 180. 180.
180. 180. Where is it?
Okay.
All right, congratulations. Please join us on stage.
We have a
So I double check.
three lucky
114,
numbers for the third prize.
140 and 180, right? Congratulations. Okay, so now we have 3 lucky winners with the third prize. And now Mr. Huao will present the prizes to our first 3 lucky winners. Please move to the center of the
Please
stage.
move to the center. Once again, congratulations on your lucky draw.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Hua, please remain. Mr. Hua, please remain to have it for the second prizes as well.
And
All right,
next is the drawing turn for the second prize. The gift
right.
is a Harman Kardon speaker.
Yeah, Harman Kardon speaker. Wow, very attractive and valuable prizes. So we have 2 second prizes, so 2 draws.
Yes, the first is 175.
175. Congratulations. All right.
On the first person, and now please
Congratulations.
find the next person for the second prize. The next is 352.
352, right? 352. 352. The biggest number so far, right? 352. First time. No. 352. The second time.
And 352 third time. And then find
All
the
right.
next person.
Cancel. Okay. Harman Kardon speaker. Wow.
Well, the number is 236.
236. 236. No. Okay, we'll call out. 236. The first time. 236. Second time. And 236. Third time. All right. Once again, we try to find another draw.
It's difficult to find the next person for the second prize, right? Okay, the number is 98. 98.
98, right?
Do you have 98?
98. First time. No. 98. Second time. And 98 last time. All right. We'll try.
Okay. 217.
217. No signal. 217. Do we have it? All right. Congratulations.
Finally,
217.
we can find him. And now, Mr. Khoa will represent the organizer to present
Wow.
to you.
So big prize. Hama Cotton Speaker, a very famous brand. Congratulations, please join me to give big round of applause.
Thank you so
Right,
much.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr.
Khoa.
Hua. Thank you. And now, the final and the biggest prize will be, what is it? The most special prize today. The special prize is an iPad Pro 11-inch, 256 gigabyte. Wow! Who's gonna be the luckiest person of tonight?
And I would like to invite Mr. Masatoshi Ero, appointed actuary of Prudential Vietnam, to come up on the stage to find out the winner of our special prize today.
Just one draw. The luckiest
One draw
person.
only. Focus, focus. Pay attention, please. Wow. The
sound
number is 2.
Not yet. 2. All right, let me see.
5.
Who have 2, 5, and another number? What? 3? Oh, 253. What else? 254. Okay, we have 4. What? 0, 7, 257, 258. Oh my gosh, let's double check. Which number?
Wow. Another 2, 5. Do you have another 2, 5?
6. All right. How about 250, 1, 2, right? We have 250.
Do you have a 2,
Okay.
5,
2, 5,
2?
1, 252. So, the luckiest number of today is 252. Please stay calm. Please stay calm. 252. Do we have it? Please stand too. No one here. Oh my God. No one. Do we have 252 first time? No. 252 second time. And 252 for the last time. All right, cancel the draw. Okay.
Masatoshi, please help us to find
Oh my God,
another.
so nervous. I'm so nervous.
Oh my God. 3.
3. Who have 3?
3. Oh.
No one?
Anyone?
3, 0. 6. 5. 7. I
9.
cannot see. Just shout out. 9, 7, 6. We have already. What else? 4. 3. All right, 3.
And the luckiest person today is having the number 3, 0, 7.
Oh my God!
Please come to the stage for
The smart guy!
verification.
The smart guy with the mini game, right? Congratulations once again! Sorry? Three, oh, How about you have? I'm sorry, 307. I'm sorry, he has 306. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Okay.
307. 307. 307. Congratulations. Just keep it. Thank you. And I would like to invite Mr. Masato Siedo, appointing actuary, Prudential Vietnam, to present the iPad to our lucky winner of today. Congratulations. Thank you. And Mr. Edo, please remain on stage. All right.
And once again, congratulations to all the lucky attendees winning the prize today. But we believe the most valuable gift is the experience and knowledge we were shared, listened to, and learned together at the Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2023. And before concluding the program, we invite Mr. Masatoshi Edo, appointed actuary Prudential Vietnam Assurance, for a wrap-up speech. Welcome on the stage.
Did you enjoy? Can you hear? Ah, okay. So I hope everyone could enjoy today for this remarkable event. And maybe before I forget, I should say thank you to all the sponsors to enable this event to happen. And all the sponsors, if you don't mind, please stand up and get applause. Okay, maybe not many sponsors are staying anymore. They have a schedule. And we had several remarkable guests from the regulators, but they have a schedule and not anymore here. But it was very grateful to have those people. And next thing is that organizers, from my company, the Prudential, all the people, setups and hosting, those things were done by organizers. Maybe you guys want to stand up? Organizers? Where? Shy? Okay. Maybe Prudential is a very humble company. Okay. Today, we covered a lot of areas, and it's very remarkable. The main speech, other than the opening remarks, started from the customer. And next topic was about the bank assurance, but still mostly about the customers. Then touches about ESG. Not actuarial topics, in one sense. But this is the area we really need to think. Maybe actuaries, as a pure, studied perspective, people tend to think that people as a life assured, right? But we need a kind of view that those people are our customer, and that was really I believe that reinforced such a mindset. And later this afternoon we covered advanced analytics and also machine learning. Yeah. So those things also add your flavor. So nothing gives you any answer itself, but gave you a hint of going forward. So from that perspective, that you can bring back those things you touched today, and maybe you can further proceed your professional career. And another thing, maybe more important was that I saw people are interacting, socializing, before getting in here. And that excitement, a little bit scared us, the organizers, because even if we call, nobody pays attention and stay outside and continue conversation. But that's a good indicator that you guys are trying to connect each other, and sometimes we view each other as a competitors, but we have a common agenda to tackle. So those are the very good things we experienced today. Now I don't want to make this piece so big, and so maybe last word is that safe trip back, and see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Masatoshi, for your sharing today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all distinguished guests, speakers, and actuarial experts from various insurance companies in Vietnam and the region for attending the Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2023 today. We would like to spend a deep thanks to the guests and sponsor representatives, Insurance Supervisory Authority,
Insurance Association Vietnam,
RGA,
General Reinsurance,
Swiss Re,
Pacific Life Re,
Munich Re,
Score Re,
and SOA, and all life insurance companies in Vietnam market.
And we wish every success and all the best to all insurance companies in general, and especially to all actuarials. Here's to a robust growth in the upcoming era of the insurance industry in 2024.
Now, goodbye and hope to see you soon in the next Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2024. Thank you, goodbye, and see you again. All right, thank you so much once again for your attendance. We also provide you the free ticket for your vehicle parking. Please contact our organizer at the outside area for the free ticket vehicle parking. Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you so much and see you again.